All right, we're going to go ahead and get started. Good afternoon and welcome to the December 2nd, 2025 Salinas City Council meeting. We'll go ahead and call the meeting to order. And Patty?
Buenas tardes y bienvenidos a la junta de hoy. This meeting is available in Spanish for members of the public in attendance and on Zoom. Translation devices can be obtained in the foyer. Esta reunión está disponible en español para los miembros del público y en Zoom. Las unidades de traducción se pueden obtener en la entrada de la rotonda.
All right, thank you. Zoom webinar participation is available for members of the public. The Zoom webinar ID and link are available on the posted agenda on the city website. And with that, let's stand for the pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All right. Patty, if you'd call the roll.
Councilmember Barajas?
Present.
Councilmember Barrera?
Here.
Councilmember Dorigo?
Present.
Councilmember De La Rosa? Councilmember Salazar?
Present.
Councilmember Sandoval?
Here.
Mayor Donahue?
Yep, I am
Thank you.
here. All right. All right, any public comment before we head into closed session? Okay, we are going to go into closed session, and we will be back at 5 o'clock.
Mayor, I have one on Zoom.
Oh, okay. Was there a hand up? I'm sorry. Okay. Oh, my apologies. Okay, Daniel? Daniel?
Yes. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Great. Thank you for recognizing me, Chair. And it's a pleasure to address the council here. My name is Daniel Orta, and I've been a community college student at Hartnell College, and am currently a university student at the local university. And I just want to come here today and address the council. I've had conversations with a number of you in different contexts, but I came here to address you directly.
Yeah, Daniel, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Public comment right now is just simply about the closed session items. General public comment will be after we return at 5. So can I ask you to check back then?
Oh, certainly.
Yeah, no,
Thank you
that's fine. Okay, we'll plan on hearing from you in a bit. Thank you. Okay. I think that's it then. Okay. Off to closed session. All right, we will get started. My apologies for being a little late. Yeah, it is. We have nothing to report out of closed session, and we will proceed to new employee welcomes and introductions. So what have we got?
Mayor, before we do that, we just need to report out that we're going to continue the closed session until after the meeting ends.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so closed session will go into overtime. All right, with that, we'll do some staff introductions.
Good evening, Selena Andrews, Finance Director. I'm happy to announce our new accounting manager, Haewon Kim. She has an MBA and an active CPA. She has over 20 years of experience in governmental accounting, and she's worked for the Monterey County Sheriff's Office, City of Seaside, and most recently, San Benito County. Very excited to have her.
Good evening, Kristen Lundquist, Library and Community Services Director, and I'm pleased to introduce Leslie Hernandez. I don't think she's here today. She's been with the city for about 2 years and actually started in our department as an office tech, and so it's my pleasure to be able to promote her to Administrative Secretary.
Okay, I have 5 different employees that started today. 2 of them are currently here. Michelle Mowry is our compliance officer. And then I have a new construction inspector, Santiago de la Pava Garo. He's also supposed to be here somewhere. I guess not. He didn't make it. Then I have a Tawani Tula, who's a public maintenance worker 1. Ismail Reyes, who's an equipment mechanic. And then Ray Lerma was promoted to the wastewater manager. Thank you.
Got it? Okay. All right, we are now open for public comment. We will be open for 45 minutes this evening on all items that are not on the agenda and that are in the City of Salinas subject matter jurisdiction. Comments on consideration, public hearing items, and the consent agenda should be held until the items are reached. Public comments are generally limited to 2 minutes per speaker. Well, they will be two minutes as this evening. And then I also want to remind the public on our public decorum that has been on the books for several years. Each person who addresses the city council during public comment shall do so in an orderly manner and shall not make any personal, slanderous, or profane remarks to any member of the city council, city staff, or the general public. Any person who makes such remarks or who uses threatening, personal, or abusive language or engages in any other disorderly conduct which disrupts or disturbs the meeting may be asked to leave the city council chambers. I note for the record, that is not new. That has been on the books for years. So with that, public comment is open for business.
Good after eve, everyone. I am Kimberly Bryant. And I really wanted to just give my appreciation to the city for the Parade of Lights. That was such a wonderful event Sunday evening. I really enjoyed myself to see so much of Salinas out in force. Such a wonderful community event that was safe for children and families to come together. And there were so many wonderful entrants. At the very end, the Oaxacan, that part that should have been at the beginning. They were so wonderful. They really knew how to parade, and I feel like so many people had left by the time that they came through, they missed out. It was just a wonderful part. I mean, every part of the parade was wonderful. But I also want to encourage at this time of this season, people to take part in the reason for the season, which is Jesus Christ, our Savior. Streets of Bethlehem will be taking place at First Baptist Church this Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, starting at 6 o'clock to 8 o'clock. There will be different showings going through, and there will be public prayer for people who would like prayer after. Also, Christmas on Main Street at Compass Church will be taking place the 13th and 14th. And also, I know that there's a wonderful event that it's Christmas in Gloucester Park, but I believe it's taking place at Martin Luther King Elementary School. That's on the 14th. That's also just a lovely event for people to attend with their family. And I want to encourage people to go out and just really enjoy that family time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. Jose Guerra, Montpellier Community. I want to say thank you. I hope you had a happy Thanksgiving and everything was good. You enjoyed family. I'm glad you did. I'm going to shoot over a different topic here, public safety. We're having the issue in Montebello again. We're having a LSL high school student parents parking on Williams Road and also parking on Montebello Boulevard, blocking the bike lane. I rode my bike the other day. I couldn't get through there. I almost got hit 3 times. So I called PD, non-emergency number, talked to dispatcher 80. God bless his soul. Gentleman was really nice, very professional. Let them know what's going on. I got a call back from another young lady. I'm not sure if it was 911 dispatcher or what. She told me, that's a police issue. She goes, that's a laws issue. I said, you're incorrect. That's a public safety issue. That is a law enforcement issue, needs to be addressed through the school and through law enforcement. I did talk to the commander. Commander was really good, explained everything to him. He understood what's going on. Talked to the chief of police this afternoon actually, and he also let me know that he's gonna try to talk to either the school, and I'll make a presentation to the school also and make sure they find out about it and they know. But guys, if we want to promote safety 100%, and we want people riding their bikes, we need to clear those lanes. This also happens on Tuscany Way and Freedom Parkway. When people pick up their kids from kindergarten, I understand you got to pick up your kids, but take the account that they're there for a reason. If we're going to have bike lanes, let's enforce them. Let's make sure that people use them and they can enjoy them. Also, I'm sure Everett Alvarez School has the same problem. I come down that, Freedom Parkway, and it's crazy how they just block that whole aisle. And you can get a lot of accidents there. People can get hurt. So thank you guys. And Creek Bridge, hey, good luck. Get that mental institution out of there. God bless you guys.
Thank you.
Karen Cameron, Concerned Salinas resident. I must say I was a little embarrassed to hear about what took place with City Council in terms of admonishing Andrew Sandoval and his social media posts. And I find it rather ironic and ludicrous that we had to ignore over 150 posts from our president last night. If we can ignore that, you can ignore this. And I'd encourage you to ignore all the social media and just get to the task of business for the city. One of the important things that I'm concerned about continually is our environment. As I urged you to write a letter to our Ag Commissioner, he needs to do differently. The state reduced organophosphates by 54%. He had the audacity to increase them by 26% at the same time. This put over half of the Monterey County pregnancies at risk for a long list of things, from autism, a lower IQ, cancers, you name it. The Chamacos research has been going on for decades. I would like to invite you to consider participating in a virtual meeting December 16th with the California Department of Pesticide Regulation. They will be discussing air monitoring at Ohlone Elementary School. As you may be aware, that's their closest air monitor. We're the salad bowl of the world, cranking out all this produce, and we don't have an air monitor for almost a decade now. I'd suggest you complain to CDPR because according to these statistics, the amount of Telone 13D that was found there is over 200% of what the Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment considers safe. Now, if that's in Watsonville, and we grow more here, common sense says we have a worse condition here. Personally, I've had a reporter who has run data on my home and found that over 108,000 pounds between 2018 and 2022 of some very dangerous chemicals.
All right, thank you.
Okay, good evening. John, District 3, following up from my November presentation. The district attorney notified the public yesterday by way of its webpage that the investigation against Protect Salinas renters has ended and found that we did nothing wrong in our referendum petition drive to the City Council's repeal. The criminal charge was Election Code 18603, where money or other valuable consideration was exchanged for signatures. To explain, if you don't know, 64 homes were visited by DA investigators from our petition list. 35 people who signed the petition were interviewed, and 222 neighbors were telephoned to be questioned about this food for signatures complaint. 2 campaign volunteers were additionally interviewed in the DA's investigation. So, for an unknown number of nuisance complaints about social media posts, nearly 300 attempts at investigation and over 100 of our neighbors exercising their right to speech were investigated by the DA's office. The yield was 6 unsubstantiated beliefs that food was offered for signatures, or 6 falsehoods. We consider this whole affair an affront to common sense and, even worse, an intimidating use of governmental resources to suppress our constitutional right of speech. And we still do not know who made the multiple credible complaints, a right that is constitutionally based in the 6th Amendment. We still worry about our democracy, and we have a long campaign ahead. We at Protect Salinas Renters will perform our work guided by the historic principles of nonviolence. We will work courageously for public good, for the beloved community, if you will. We will work for policy that doesn't harm that community. And we will be aware that the spiritual dimension of our work matters because we know that the universe is on the side of justice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Bill Lipe. resident of Monterey County. I'm here to defend something far bigger than any one comment or any official, the First Amendment. At the last meeting, a member of the public, Michael Leip, my baby brother, whom I love with all my heart, spoke during general comment. His remarks were uncomfortable for some, maybe impolite, maybe pointed, but they did not disrupt the meeting. And in America, offense is not disruption, and discomfort is not a lawful reason to silence the people. Yet hours later, 4 of you, Council Members Sandoval, Barajas, Barrera, and you, Mayor Donahue, used your council reports to chastise my brother and a citizen and talk about rewriting decorum. That shows a serious misunderstanding of the Constitution all of you swore to uphold. A great elected official knows free speech is sacred ground. When the people speak, even sharply, the right response is simple. Listen, take note, and move on. 3 of your colleagues did exactly that, including one herself who received harsh personal comments in English and Spanish by one speaker. And this isn't the first time. My sister who spoke earlier, my sister in Christ, Miss Kimberly Bryant, who has prayed over this council for years, was approached by city leadership in a way she understood as pressure to stop praying or quoting scripture. That is deeply troubling. So please look behind you. You have an American flag and a California Republic flag behind you, standing above you, overwatching you. Remember what they stand for. Many before you have tried to suppress uncomfortable speech. All have failed. Because in this nation, the people always speak freely. Thank you, and praise Jesus.
Next week, a majority of you will most likely vote to censure my council member. I ask that you not do that. I like and voted for Andrew. By and large, I think he's doing a good job representing District 5, the forgotten district. Unlike many in our city government, he is responsive. He addresses issues in our district. I don't regret my vote. However, I do not support his use of social media to mock his colleagues. I don't understand the purpose of his silly videos. It's not something I would do or pay attention to were I on the dais, and they violate your rules of decorum. It's not right that regardless of intent, some of you feel bullied. Andrew, I think you should delete the colleague-specific videos and post no others. I admit I was alarmed initially after watching the 25-minute indictment of my council member, and then I got annoyed. Sucker punching someone is not heroic. Beating up on Andrew in an ambush and not letting him defend himself was dishonorable. Considering the politics of the last campaign, if ever there was a need for team building, it was when 5 new players were added to the 2 existing players on Team Salinas. Instead, there was an effort to recall Andrew, funded by the same donors who funded the newcomers. And it's abundantly clear your ongoing dislike of Andrew complicates effective governance. That's also not right. Do not censure Andrew next week. Instead, rededicate yourselves to your rules of decorum that require each of you to, and I quote, continuously strive to improve how members work as a team for the common good of the residents of Salinas.
Thank you.
Good evening. Not that I'm going to dwell on this, but first and foremost, decorum applies to you, not me. I have freedom of speech. I can say anything I want. I'm not a bigot. I'm not a homophobe. I own a salon. I'm embedded in the community. I live in California. It's part of our community. What I oppose is selling sexuality specifically from our government municipalities. I don't approve of sexuality being sold to our children through schools. 2 rules. I don't think that you needed anyone or anyone up here to tell you what you like and what you love and what you want to do behind your walls. This is not appropriate to be selling this beyond LGB, LBG, however you want to do it. There's mental health challenges. And by putting this out here, You're using human mental illness for political power, and I disagree. And I can say this legally, it's my right, because it's being put forward to me. But that's not what I want to get into right here. What I want to get into is taking money from donors that don't live in the city and don't do business in the city. We represent constituency here. And there's 18 people donating to Mr. Barajas' campaign of $91,000 in North County Farmer Alliance. They are not in his district. And by voting, taking $91,000 from these people that live in Corral de Tierra and do business in Castroville or Spreckles and aren't even here for a water decision that's going to oppress your people as you take the money from the people you call oppressors. That's what this is about. This is about a level playing field for this guy, whether he understands that I was named. I never attacked the sexuality. And I think I should get a second here because I was named, right?
Thank you.
Okay.
You're done.
There was no attack
You're done.
on sexuality.
You're done. Thank you.
And that's very clear. Go listen to it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. I want to begin by acknowledging something very basic but very important. The First Amendment of the United States Constitution protects our freedom of speech and our right to speak openly on matters of public concern. That means community members and, yes, our elected officials have the right to tell the truth, to raise concerns, and to question decisions without fear of being silenced. My name is Jasmine, and I am a proud resident of District 5. I am also proud to say that my representative, Councilmember Sandoval, consistently shows up for our district and for the entire city of Salinas. He represents us with honesty, transparency, and a willingness to speak up, even when it's uncomfortable for others in leadership. Councilmember De La Rosa, you recently said that Councilmember Sandoval was bullying you. With all due respect, accountability is not bullying. Asking for clarity is not bullying. Councilmember Salazar, you mentioned that this is what my generation would call trolling. I want to clear that up. It is not trolling when someone points out inconsistencies. It is not trolling when someone refuses to let things be swept under the rug. It isn't trolling to tell the truth. I am grateful to be represented by Councilmember Sandoval and by Councilmember Tony Barrera, who both put community first and are not afraid of honest conversations. I wish I could say the same about the rest of this council today. What concerns me is the attempt to censor or silence a council member simply because he is asking the hard questions that many in this community want answered. That is not leadership, that is not transparency, and that is not what the people of Salinas deserve. We deserve a council that welcomes honesty even when it's uncomfortable. We deserve a council that listens instead of shutting people down. And we deserve a council that remembers they were elected to represent, not to retaliate. At the end of the day, transparency is not the problem. Accountability is the problem. The problem is not the problem. The problem is when those values make people uncomfortable.
Thank you.
Good evening, City Council. Luis Chago Juarez for Building Healthy Communities. And I just wanted to add a little more to the comment made by Dr. John Silva with regard to the Monterey County District Attorney's investigation. It was stated in their press release that investigators in business attire knocked on the front doors of 64 addresses and 35 people were contacted. It failed to indicate that those in business attire were also armed and were approaching residents, your constituents, or our neighbors of here in Salinas. That, in and of itself, as someone approaching your door, an unfamiliar face in business attire, with a loaded or weapon showing, does send a message, and really want to see what our city council can do to really go a little deeper around this investigation, help us understand why in the first place did they have to do this, because of several complaints were made. It was a demonstration some great democratic practice. And it's something that, that we learned so much from, and we're going to continue learning and practicing what it means to be a resident here in Salinas. Documented, undocumented, citizen, non-citizen, housed, unhoused, homeowner, or renter. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, alcalde y concejales. Mi nombre es Nidia Soto, soy residente de aquí de Salinas. Trabajo con BHC, construyendo comunidades saludables. BHC apoya la vivienda asequible. Todos aquí presentes son voluntarios tocando puerta a puerta para colectar el apoyo para vivienda asequible. Estuvimos aquí en la junta pasada pidiéndole y solicitando este concilio si puede apoyar un California asequible. No hemos recibido ninguna respuesta de ninguno de ustedes. Entonces, California necesita 1 millón de viviendas. Nuestra gente necesita vivienda. Por eso están, a pesar de todo lo que ha pasado, están siguiendo tocando puertas. A pesar del clima político, de inmigración, todo lo que está pasando, están dando la cara puerta a puerta, colectando el apoyo de las personas, porque no se cansan de luchar ellos. Y aquí están, y están para solicitar su apoyo como Concilio de Salinas, una comunidad de trabajador mayormente en el campo. Y muchos de ustedes han dicho que han trabajado en el campo. Y no hemos escuchado nada de ustedes acerca de apoyar vivienda asequible. Todos aquí merecen una vivienda a un precio que puedan pagar en un futuro. Se lucharon por las ordenanzas, muchos o todos que están aquí han luchado por eso. Se logró, ahora el concilio ha razonado bastante en que la falta de vivienda es la solución. Estamos aquí solicitando su apoyo y no hemos escuchado nada de ustedes. Entonces, pues miren alrededor. Todos acá, levanten sus cartelones. Están pidiendo su atención. Ellos merecen respeto. Gracias.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. My name is Nidia Soto, and I am resident here in Salinas. I also work with building health in communities. And we are here because we all need affordable housing. As you can see, a lot of the people here were knocking on doors asking for this affordable housing. We came here last week and showed you that we were going to do this. We're going to go knocking doors on doors to get affordable housing, but I have not heard any response from any of you. California needs 1 million affordable homes. We need your support. Even though the political climate, the immigration challenges, the community has continued knocking on doors, facing all the issues, but they're still there. They're still trying to get the support that we need, because a lot of the people that live here in Salinas, they are field workers. So they need your support. They need to have more housings. City Council has gotten to has reasoned that what we need is more housing to be able to solve this housing issue. And that is why we are asking for this support. We have been working, knocking on doors. As you can see, all of us around here, everybody has a sign and everybody is working hard. But as I say, we have not received any answer from you, and we want your respect and we want your attention.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Bill Freeman. Before you censor my great friend and councilman, Andrew Sandoval, you all need to look in the mirror and look at what you've done. Not only right now, but in the past. Councilman Salazar was fired for watching porn when he worked for Armenta on the county computer. the current mayor, Donahue, made sure that someone else bought the Old Town building instead of a company that tried to buy it, and contacted you at the same time that someone of your friends contacted you to buy the building. And lastly, Councilwoman Gloria De La Rosa invited the media to, when her son got arrested for selling a gun and bullets on Facebook, and answered no questions. Also, she had an assault rifle in her home, but never got arrested for that. And she always came to these peace marches after young people got murdered in Salinas. Now, if you all think you're better than Andrew after what I just said about all of you, there's something wrong with all of you. You know, there's more problems than censoring someone who's telling the truth about what you're doing to our city of Salinas. We have terrible traffic problems every day, every hour of the day. We have young people. We have the youngest population in Monterey County that needs more programs so they stay out of harm's way. We have more problems than going after a person that you
agree with. Thank you. Now, members of the council, my name is George Villa. I'm a concerned resident from District 5. I'm also a founder of Team Villa Boxing. And I just wanted to respond to all the accusations about the rent stabilization. I also agree with the community side that it was wrong, and that there's other things we should be thinking about, in particular all the old bad policies that removed housing from us, and that we should create a new way of thinking about this. And since I've known Andrew Sandoval, he's always been upfront. And this whole issue with the tenants is, I feel like he's speaking truth to power. He's speaking truth, and I don't see any bullying happening. I see that, but I just want to, ask that, that there can be another different process. That y'all can sit and figure it out, talk more. I don't come here to complain about what's being said or what, but that we have other things we have to worry about. And so just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you.
John.
Hi, everyone. Leticia Hernandez, former resident, but community garden manager. I just wanted to come by and invite everyone to our work days coming up. So I manage the garden at Las Casitas Park, or Natividad Creek Park. And we have been doing some science research out there in collaboration with Stanford University. We have 2 more science days coming up, this Saturday, December 6th, and then Saturday, December 13th. We do run a full day out there from 9 to 5, and we're DNA sequencing soil samples. And so it's a lot of really cool, fun outdoor engagement with community in collaboration with students from Alisala High School, as well as Stanford University. So I just wanted to invite the public out for that. We also do our regular work days every other Saturday. Of course, the next one being this Saturday, and then on the 20th before the holidays. So, of course, weather permitting. But yeah, if y'all are interested in science, we're doing it out there. Thanks.
Thank you.
Give it up for Letty Hernandez, everybody. Hey, my name is Jay Cohen. Some people know me as the Jayster here in Salinas. I do comedy at XL Public House and some other places. People say don't do politics and humor, and and I say MAGA, please. No, I'm just kidding. So, but anyway, I just want to say that these guys over here on the left, they're doing a great job as far as leading, as far as listening to the people, and helping with the rent stabilization. So give it up to all yourselves for bringing that back and making that stick around. But that's not why I'm here. I'm here because of my business. I help people with health insurance. It's open enrollment right now for Medicare season. So December 7th is the deadline. So if anybody's in the Medicare eligible space, December 7th is the deadline. And, I help people for free. That's what we do. Insurance agents help people for free. And so we're certified insurance agents, and we got to take all these tests and licenses, and so that's what we do. Okay?
Need to
And then
address
so
the dais.
Medicare season ends July, or
Look at us.
Medicare season ends December 7th for those that want to change into the drug plan. And then also the Cover California continues on till December 31st, and then all the way to January 31st for February 1st start. Okay, and then the cliff is back, so if you make more than 400% of the poverty level, you're going to lose access to care, and thus the government votes to bring it back to the people. Okay, now on the other side of the coin, got 20 seconds. Okay, got a comedy show coming up at XL Public House on December 20th. So if you want to come out to the show and have a laugh, come on down. I'm sure we'll give you 2 minutes down there too, to 5 minutes if you want for our open mic part of the show. And we have David Menezes and also Warhol Coffin coming down. And our group is called Homegrown Humor by Humans here at XL Public House. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Everyone'scovered.com.
Oh, hello. I'm here to show my support for Andrew Salazar, I think. Or that's this guy. I'm sorry, I've never been in this building. I'm a little nervous. What's it called? Yeah, just show my support for that guy. What's it called? Also, I wanted to bring some attention to the train tracks right next door. I know a lot of people that died, homeless people that died from the train tracks, and I feel like you guys gave $500,000 for the prostitutes, like maybe more money for like the transportation agency or anything of that nature. Yeah, thank you guys.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, Councilman, Councilwoman. My name is Jesus Morales. Just want to talk to everybody. I'm really happy to be here. I would have worn my Dan Marino jersey, but you know, I got to dress appropriately. But I just want to, you know, talk about the censure of Andrew Sandoval. Me being the Public Arts Commissioner for the City of Salinas and an artist myself, censorship is not good at all. That right there, I'm totally against any type of censorship or anything else. What I'm also against too is the hatred, those hated remarks that were made to Councilman Barejas. That was just not right at all. I think what I saw last week and my fellow coworkers and union brothers and sisters saw last week online was just downright, that was disrespectful and it was disgusting. It took us back to the 1930s, I want to say. And that's not good at all. And I from the sincerest part of my heart, Jose, I feel for you on that, my brother. And, you know, you didn't deserve that at all. Just want to let you know that. And, you know, we got to do better as a community. Fighting like this is not going to get us anywhere. Our city is dark. People are stealing the copper, as like I've mentioned before. We need to get on top of that. Like last night, I cruise around Salinas out of habit, 3, 4 in the morning, just because I'm a night owl. That's the life of a stagehand. And seeing that, like, it's just too dangerous for anybody to be out there. Even our law enforcement, our officers are in danger being like that without adequate lighting. If we can just finally get on top of it and just, you know, figure something out. I myself, I'm a lighting director. I do plenty of other, you know, I could do anything from stadiums to theaters, and let this go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jason Pineda. I live in District 3, and I just have 3 short comments. One is I want to thank the people that spoke up for Councilman Barajas. I wasn't aware that they had made comments, and I'm not sure if they're exactly the same ones that maybe many of us are thinking of, but I appreciate that. I was uncomfortable by some of the comments made about him, and again, I commend you all for speaking up to the people that did that. Someone expressed, my second comment is just that someone at the previous meeting expressed a sentiment. I'm not sure if it's this is the right term, but they wanted the city to like take some initiative in creating like programs, economic programs for the city, and I thought that was a great idea. I appreciated that they said that. And then the third thing was just that I don't think that Councilman Sandoval should be censured. I think that his comments and questions are actually very important, and they maybe bring a lot of like blood and into the fresh, like it helps the discussion in the city about things that need to be worked on. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, Wes Wise, Salinas Monterey County Homeless Union co-president. Checking in, I guess, first thing to say, stop the sweeps, of course. Also, I'm going to be the blacksmith for Streets of Bethlehem this week, so come on down to First Baptist Church. I've been doing it for 15 times now. My poppy did it for 10 times before that. He actually put the anvil on the stump. Bill Turner actually did the first 10 years from Salinas United, if you remember that. And so I take my faith really seriously, you know. On our parking lot, it says your mission field begins here. And sadly, sorry for some people, I took it real serious. And maybe I just care about more people than the typical, person. But I take everybody serious. I'm a sub, and I did that for a good 10 years. And to get 30 kids to actually behave and follow, listen, and do the assignment before the bell is not an easy challenge. But you know what's really a harder challenge? Was the adults. That's why I had to quit. I couldn't maintain under the leadership of the administration and the board and those decisions and listening to all the teachers. I worry about everybody, LGBT as well. Black Lives Matter. That's kind of how I fell into this. 50 years of the Civil Rights Voting Rights Act with Joaquin Avila in Watsonville, creating district elections. So, I'm in it deep, and I take it serious. I wish the decisions that you made reflected that kind of value system where you were more worried about the public service that you're interested in, that you say you're interested in, rather than your donor owners who control you and compel you to say things, vote for things without even reasonably explaining why you make these decisions. Just, Taylor Farms is just fine. We don't need affordable housing units.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm really concerned with the decisions that City Council has been making. Okay, first of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Sally Pruneda, and I'm a retired teacher. I've been teaching for 46 years in Salinas. And so I'm pretty active in the community, and I'm really concerned about some of these decisions that have been made by the City Council. One of them is the investigation of providing foods to people who were working on the rent control. I can't believe that. It's part of the Mexican culture to help people, feed people. I do it all the time. I've been doing it my entire life. I give my neighbors pumpkin pies. I don't expect anything from them. I just give it. And that's the way I feel that some of these people, if they did give some burritos, they did it out of the kindness of their hearts. So you questioning that? Why don't you question the money that you get from the people that wanted to get you elected? Now that's something we should question. The amount of monies that you are getting. When my husband ran for Hartnell Board of Trustees, we put $5,000 out of our own pockets. And every single day we went knocking on doors for 3 or 4 hours a day. We didn't get no $50,000 from any donors. So that's something we should question. The second thing, when you question Andrew Sandoval, that guy, that person is always there for the people. The years that I've known Andrew,
Thank you.
Sorry.
Okay. All right. All right, any public comments? Let's go to Zoom. Okay. All right, David?
Thank you. Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Excellent. My name is David. I'm a former Hartnell College student, senator, and executive student body leader. I graduated, transferred, and am now pursuing upper division studies at university. It's been a journey that took nearly a decade of fighting through barriers in South Monterey County, and I want to speak my experience. I witnessed firsthand what Councilmember Sandoval exposed through his public records lawsuit. I love Hartnell College very much, but I also saw how a former Hartnell employee influenced our student affairs through closed-door meetings, colluded with select students to handpick leaders through backroom agreements, instead of open elections, and actively resisted making meetings hybrid or included students from South County. All of what I'm hearing right now sounds like almost like a mirror of some of this stuff. It's really weird. As a student with disabilities, as someone from a low-income background, I was systemically excluded. And when I spoke out, I was isolated because others were too afraid to call out or own up to systemic exploitation. Now Hartnell student leadership has a shadow of corruption instead of a legacy of empowerment. These kinds of incidents are far from ancient history. In June earlier this year, an internship check owed to me by Hartnell was stolen directly from Hartnell's business office. It is now December, and I've spent hundreds of hours researching, writing, and making calls to officials and authorities, and I still don't have any answers. On top of that, I was told I'd receive less money than other students for the same internship work, not because of policy, but because I'm older and took longer to finish due to my disabilities. That is discrimination. These are only a couple of things I experienced firsthand out of many, and I am grateful that Councilmember Sandoval exposed this kind of institutional rot when no one else had the courage. He won his lawsuit. Hartnell was forced to reveal misconduct, and he also held the city of Greenfield accountable for.
All right, thank you, Daniel. Okay. All right. Looks like that's okay.
Your brothers.
Daniel. Daniel, you're
Hey,
on.
good
Yeah.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, so that's my twin brother, David. I'm Daniel Orta. Good evening, and thank you for recognizing me, Chair. Ladies and gentlemen of the council, I come here today to ask you not to censure Andrew Sandoval. And I sincerely urge you to recognize how serious it is when a member of the public hears an elected official, specifically Councilmember Barajas, publicly characterizing Councilmember Sandoval as someone causing problems, simply for raising concerns, supporting California Public Records Act requests, and communicating public decisions in clear, accessible terms, both online and in person. So as a university student and civic advocate, and someone who's served at the local, state, and national level on anti-bullying policy, transparency, ethical governance, and STEM career pathways, I really can't ignore the implications of that kind of rhetoric during public meetings. So when a sitting council member belittles another elected official for seeking information, it sends a really dangerous message to the community that asking questions is unwelcome and that transparency is a problem. CPR requests are not harassments. They're a legal safeguard meant to ensure government conducts the people's business openly and ethically. And in a state where Cal Matters has reported over 500 public corruption prosecutions in California during the past decade, discrediting a council member or resident for seeking, public records creates an undemocratic environment where information is concentrated among a few and the public is shut out of its own government. Also, before I close, I do have a request for an update on the public-private partnership intended to support those in need related to rent stabilization ordinance discussion, including which agencies are leading it, whether a city council committee has been formed to oversee or coordinate it, and how the public can participate or observe.
All right, thank you. All right, we're going to, we're getting near the limit. We're going to go over just a little bit. Ignacio, you will be the last speaker, so there are 4 comments remaining. So, Marisol?
Hi, good afternoon, City Council. I spent a number of hours combing through all of your campaign contributions. What is clear is that the majority of you all take a whole lot of money from big ag, small ag, big realtors, small realtors, from wealthy out of city, out of state people, and legislators like, Luis Alejo. Andrew, on the other hand, is fully sponsored by small dollar donors. The receipts are clear. There is a direct correlation between all of your actions since taking office and the money that was given to you. You work for Taylor Farms, for Tanimura, for big realtors, small realtors. You work for all of those people who donated to your campaign. Andrew works for me. Andrew works for every single constituent in his district. He works for everyone, regardless of whether you're in his district or not. So, in sum, it is clear what you guys are doing. You guys are trying to hide the facts. You guys are showing us by sitting there, by doing those acts, who is actually for the people and who is not. And this censure is the only way that you guys could shut it down. Thank you. I don't think it's going to work. I think everyone is smart enough to see through it, but good luck with it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Carla? Okay, we have Carla and then Ignacio, and then that finishes us off for public comment.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Perfect. I'm speaking to the responsibility each of you council members and mayor hold to the people of Salinas. The recent censure of District 5 Councilmember Sandoval has exposed something deeper than one disagreement. It has revealed a breakdown in communication, in collaboration, and the basic expectation that our leaders act as a unified body for the good of the city. Whether we agree or disagree with Councilmember Sandoval's position, a censure is not warranted due to hurt feelings. And when censures are used without a clear plan to repair trust, improve processes, or address the underlying issues, it becomes punishment without progress. And that does nothing for the residents you are here to serve. This community is tired of seeing internal politics overshadow real issues: housing affordability, public safety, economic opportunity, and the well-being of families who cannot wait for leadership to get back on the same page. So I'm asking you, as someone who deeply believes in accountable government, do better. Use this moment not to divide, but to fix what's broken. Create a framework for conflict resolution. Strengthen communication protocols and commit to transparent public reporting when conflict arises. Because at the end of the day, you aren't just individual council members. You are the collective voice of over 160,000 people who expect you to work together, even when it's hard, even when you disagree. And Salinas deserves a council that leads with solutions, not a council that makes headlines for dysfunction. If you can't find a way to work together for your constituents, then you're not leading. You're just occupying seats. I yield the rest of my time.
All right, Ignacio, last, and this will be the last comment on public comment. Ignacio? Well, but the hands keep cropping up.
Good evening.
I'll go 2 more.
Can you guys hear me?
Okay. Go ahead, Ignacio.
Good evening. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Good evening. I just wanted to continue on this open dialogue about the censorship on Councilmember Sandoval. I won't get into either if he should or shouldn't be censored, but what I do want to say is that, this isn't about freedom of speech or any of that. This is straight politics. And I also want to echo some words from Councilmember Barajas. You see, there's nothing wrong with disagreement, but any disagreement should be made in the dais. That's our democracy. But you can't be bashing other elected officials and other colleagues because it makes our city look bad. It makes us lose, it makes our local government look bad. So I don't think that's the best route that Andrew Sandoval should be taking. Any disagreement or anything that he may not agree with some of his colleagues should be made on the dais. That's what it's for. Anything put on social media, I feel it's very low class. And, he has his right to have disagreements with his colleagues, but everything should be made on the dais. So those are just my thoughts, and I yield my time. Thank you.
Thanks, Ignacio. All right, with I'll take the last two. All right, Eduardo, and then Julian, and then that'll be it. Eduardo, are you there? Okay. Eduardo? Well, I'll take Audrey because she's been in and out. Okay. Eduardo, are you there? All right, let's jump to Julian, and then if Eduardo hangs in there, we'll get him after Julian. Julian?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good.
Hi, my name is Julian Torres. I'm a former resident of Salinas. I came to the city council on September 24th, 2024 to voice my support for the rental ordinances. As a result of the city's failure to address the affordability crisis, I left the city. I was raised here, I was educated here, and I worked here. Salinas is only going to continue to lose young professionals like myself. All across the nation, affordability is on the ballot. Salinas residents have shown time and time again they want solutions to this crisis. Personally, I've been very disappointed by the actions of the new city council. And for myself, I support Andrew Sandoval in his efforts to bring transparency to the forefront of local politics. And I condemn the weaponization of the DA against residents exercising their rights. Personally, I'll take a potato over a corporate donor any day. I see the rest of my time.
Okay. Thank you. Audrey, last comment.
Hi, City Council and Mayor. I would like to ask for the formal censure of Andrew Sandoval. Nobody has an issue at all with anybody who seeks truth and justice, but him weaponizing and sending out FPPC complaints as a buckshot without any evidence into what he is doing is ridiculous and an abuse of power. His posts on social media are an embarrassment to our city. And this is why he should be censored. Everyone has a right to truth, and I stand up for him seeking truth, but him weaponizing it against every single city council member there, every single, the city attorney, the city mayor, every single person there has received an FPPC complaint. Has any of them been found? No. He keeps coming after people and not having any evidence for what he is going after. And that is the problem. You don't buckshot FPPC complaints out there to people. If you have a complaint, you do it based on fact and you move forward with that. And you don't lie about the public as he has continued to lie about me. That's all.
Okay, thank you, Audrey. Okay, with that, we're going to go ahead and close public comment. And we will jump to a presentation from the Salinas Youth Council. So Marisol, you are up.
Hello, council members and mayor. My name is Marisol Mederos, and I'm a member of the Youth Council, and I'm going to be sharing the youth perspective. Regarding the pilot rental assistance, we are in full support of the pilot rental assistance initiative. As youth, it's encouraging to see additional funding being directed towards helping students and families in need. We are looking forward to the July 2026 update and how the program has progressed. We are also curious and a bit concerned about how quickly the funding may be used. If each family utilizes a maximum of $9,000, the program would be able to support fewer than 100 families, which highlights the need to continue investment. Regarding the rental registration program, we want to ensure that there is strong community outreach so that people who need this program actually receive it. Accessibility and communication will be key in this program's success. Additionally, the Youth Council recently received a grant from the Youth Direct Change. We'll be releasing 5 videos, social media videos, focusing on different social justice issues, and we would love your guys' support to help promote these videos on this upcoming year. We also have a district update. Our Superintendent Advisory Committee has finalized the key areas that they will be focusing on this year. Our first would be promoting anti-racism and ensuring that there's respect and appropriate language being used in our schools. Our second is expanding career and access for students. Our third one would be supporting mental health through intentional breaks and resources. Our fourth is improving school facilities and overall cleanliness. These are new changes that our Superintendent Advisory is going to be focusing on. Finally, we truly appreciate everything that the council does and that the mayor does for our community, and we want to continue seeing all of your guys' commitment. Is there any questions or concerns?
We'll find out. All right, Margaret?
No questions.
All right. Aurelio?
No questions. Thank you for your update.
Okay. Jose?
No questions. Thank you for the no questions. Thank you for the presentation.
Tony? Andrew?
No, just great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, well done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Very good. All right, with that, we are going to have, we're looking for Jonathan Moore. I think I saw him running, he wasn't running around, walking swiftly to give us a zoning code update.
Good evening, Council. I'm excited to be back up here in front of you and the public to discuss the zoning code update and our engagement framework for that process. Great. So since it's been a while since I've been up here last, we may still be digesting some Thanksgiving leftovers. Just wanted to give a little recap. We're starting work on a major multi-phase zoning code update, the first comprehensive update of that document in almost 20 years. And we're starting this work to coincide with the wrapping up of the city's first general plan update in over 20 years. Since the zoning code is a critical implementation tool of the general plan, we're trying to align these processes as much as possible. The zoning code is chapter 37 of the municipal code, and the one that most shapes development, physical development across Salinas. So it establishes rules for where specific uses are allowed, how tall buildings can be, setbacks, and much more. At the same time, it's important to keep in mind it's not the only code or only chapter of the municipal code that is involved in development. So the building code, the subdivision ordinance, these are all their own chapters and are very important. And this effort may tweak other parts of the city code, but it's really focused on the zoning code itself. PlaceWorks was the consulting team selected earlier this year through a competitive process for the whole zoning code update. Some of their early tasks have included reviewing the zoning code and looking for best practices and model jurisdictions that will help us make the zoning code more accessible, user-friendly, streamlining development that's aligned with community vision and needs. And they've also helped draft the public engagement plan we'll discuss today. Comprehensive zoning code updates are long processes. For example, the last zoning code update was completed 4 or 5 years after the 2002 general plan update. We're striving to do that in less time, but we're also breaking it into multiple phases. Basically, all these phases, or each of 3, are kicking off at the same time, but have different endpoints. There may be some research or feedback that we get early on in the process that makes more sense to incorporate at the end, but there are also things that can't or don't have to wait until we write a whole new code. Work on Phase 1 is starting now and starting with updates to our current zoning code to bring it into compliance with changes in state housing law. These changes were identified in the six-cycle housing element adopted in 2023 and will address things like requirements for accessory dwelling units, approval standards and processes for different kinds of housing, definitions, design standards, and more. And other priority topics not related to housing law included in Phase 1 include driveway expansion, cannabis ordinance, and micro kitchen regulations to also bring those into compliance with state law. This phase is expected to wrap in spring of 2026. Phase 2 is about making the zoning code consistent with the general plan update once that's adopted later in 2026. And that phase kind of bridge amendments, so we have time for Phase 3, which is the creation of a whole new code by the end of 2027. So community involvement and engagement is a crucial component of the zoning code update, just like other projects for the city and our department. And we want to ensure this process is transparent by creating public awareness, giving regular updates, and vetting direction to the Planning Commission and City Council, and demonstrating the basis and context of proposed changes. Engagement will be inclusive by offering multiple avenues for participation and increasing the accessibility of activities, creating opportunities for the community to gather on this topic, and also by going out to the people where they're at. We know this must be a collaborative effort with the Salinas community and that their input must be reflected in our final products. The draft public engagement plan itself is a framework. It's a skeleton that can be adapted and augmented as needed throughout to encourage participation from a diverse group of community members. This slide, which is also attachment 2 of this item, summarizes the role of key groups in the zoning code update process and some of the tools that we're going to use to engage them. So City Council is, of course, the body with the final approval authority over all amendments. I plan on coming to you quarterly with updates and more frequently with specific study sessions when we get closer to those amendments. And when they're ready, they'll also require public hearings. The Planning Commission will be the primary advisory committee for the zoning code update and forum for reaching consensus on recommendations to the City Council. Staff will meet regularly with the Planning Commission for review and direction of draft content and education on state law and best practices. It's also the legal role of the Planning Commission to make formal recommendations to City Council on zoning code amendments before council consideration. So the zoning code itself is a technical document too. It's kind of different from a policy or broad vision document. It contains rules governing development that some stakeholders use frequently, such as architects, builders, businesses, and related organizations. So we want that technical expertise of these stakeholders involved in this update through direct interviews, other opportunities to discuss constraints, opportunities, and to check in key milestones. We also want to have an informal technical advisory committee of those frequent code users with the time and dedication to drill down on details of the zoning code update with staff. The general public is critical in all of this, and we'll have many opportunities to engage throughout the project, whether that's virtual or in-person workshops, presentation to specific groups, pop-ups around the city, and other activities, and of course, at public hearings. So for those interested and available, tomorrow, actually, PlaceWorks will be presenting to the Planning Commission, working with them on a visioning session for their goals for the project, as well as going deeper into the changes in state housing law related to the Phase 1 amendments. This was actually supposed to happen in November, but was continued to tomorrow due to illness. And early next year, we'll really kick this thing off in earnest, forming the TAC, holding our first public workshop. We'll probably be doing that first public workshop in February or March, because we're actually planning a big event for the end of January on the draft general plan, which we plan to release the first public review draft this month. So keep your eyes out for that. Very excited about that step. So that concludes my brief presentation. This Public engagement plan is just an informal strategy. It's mentioned it's meant to be a flexible framework which we can change and add to throughout the process. So we're not asking for formal action on this document, but general direction to help create a robust, inclusive engagement process for the zoning code update. Thank you.
Any questions? Andrew, I'll start with you.
Yeah, as far as once this TAC gets convened, these meetings will be, the TAC committee meetings will be publicly accessible to members of the public via Zoom, in person. You know, this is a really important process, so what kind of, will they be videotaped or talk to about that?
So it's interesting that the planning commission is the main public forum for that. So stakeholder meetings and TAC meetings, at this point, were proposed as like during business hours when those people can come to us. But as mentioned, this is all flexible. But we really wanted the planning commission, because of their role in development in the community and their legal role with these documents, to be the main public body for the discussion.
City manager, I guess my more question, go ahead, Lisa, maybe you can answer me.
So, Councilmember Sandoval, it'll be very similar to our general plan steering committee, where it's not a Brown Act committee. We do not videotape it. It's not held here in the rotunda. It's in a community space, but the public is welcome to come and listen. And on that agenda, with our general plan steering committee, we have a public comment section.
Okay, yeah, thank you. That was one of my questions. And then I was just looking at the staff report. It says it's expected that TAC will include approximately 15 committee members, not counting potential alternates. The city will work with the Salinas Planning Commission, Spark, the Chamber of Commerce, City Improvement District, Central Coast Builders, and Monterey County Association of Realtors. Is that the entirety of our scope, or what? Are we going to have a public process or a public announcement that we're looking for some of these positions?
Well, and specifically for the TAC, well, one of the reasons we're coming tonight is to get some feedback from you all on more groups. But it's more around the TAC is kind of focused on the nitty-gritty, so it's not necessarily meant to be the broad public representing group. So the TAC itself is not supposed to necessarily be the broad public representing group of this thing. It's people diving into details. I think the setback should be 7 feet instead of 5 feet, which would all get reviewed at the Planning Commission and broader level. But certainly part of this presentation aim is to, and continue conversation with the council, is to find out, you know, who else should be in that conversation. It's impossible to try to list out every possible group or organization in the report, and we'll probably miss some along the way. So please let us know if you have people, suggestions. That's what we're here for, and we want to hear from you.
Yeah, and we do want obviously the most technically savvy folks who are end users. My question is just, will there be a public announcement? Because this, for example, some of these groups are membership based. You know, they pay fees to be in these groups, not just the general public. So can we, as part of our plan, you know, make a public announcement? I'm sure staff is going to have very detailed criteria, but I just don't want it limited to some of these folks.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we want to put out a call for that, and depending on interest, we'd have to create some sort of application structure or selection process. We also know that, you know, with these groups, we tend to sometimes start big and it self-winnows down. So if we get interest over 15, 20 members, great. It doesn't mean we can't start with a big tent and see where we get to at the end of the process.
Great, yeah.
If you could just share that application and matrix on selection, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Tony? Thank you, Mr. Moore. My question is for the city manager, and then Mayor, I'm going to ask you a friendly question as well. Mr. City Manager, your report says, or Mr. Moore's report, staff is seeking city council feedback and direction on this plan. So I'm going to ask some questions here. You and I have had discussions regarding this. I think one of the things that is critical here, and I think you'll agree, the engagement plan. So here in the zoning code update, it talks about being transparent, inclusive, collaborative, and so on, bringing in the community together. We received a letter from Spark, and you were eloquent in your, can you just share how you and your staff are bringing in not only the TAC, but the community together to make this a community effort, the people's thoughts, whatever they think it should be here, is going to start happening.
So, yeah, and I think Mr. Moore's done a good job of framing it, and we're here to get your feedback. But I think the key is creating alternative, different engagement points and avenues and pathways. So a technical advisory committee, you'll see in the report, and Peter shared the letter and everything, which is very appropriate. We need to have the right technical people and a broad representation. And Spark represents a lot of the different groups that will be, and maybe there might be others. So we need to do that. We also need to provide pathways for the community as a whole that wants to participate, which might not be a 2-hour technical meeting to dive into the detail about setbacks, color, height, signage, and so forth. So, so part of the goal here is to create the appropriate pathways to engage different sectors of the community. The other, and when we talk about community, what are we talking about? We're talking about general community that comes and attends here. We're talking about the community that addresses us on social media. We're talking about a community maybe are disabled or deaf and are blind that also might have an ability to provide input and a need to provide input. So how do we reach those segments of our community? It's not going to be a TAC meeting. So we have to be intentional and careful about how we address and provide different pathways. Having said all this, there's an incredible, and what I've learned in my year and a half, is an incredible expectation by the community in this council to build housing, to create economic development, to improve infrastructure, to improve our permitting, to get out of the way. And that means that we have to do this in a reasonable amount of time. It's not a several-year process. It has to be a year and a half to 2-year process to get through all of this. So I think the other important piece to recognize here is it's going to be done in phases. So part of it is we have an incredible, every community, every meeting that we have, housing of all types. So we need to create the pathways to make sure we get the housing forward. So in short, the goal here is to identify and create different pathways to allow the community that wants to engage. But having said all that, there's a whole public hearing process once we go through all of that. And the public hearing process is going to go through the Planning Commission. Then it's going to come to the City Council. And there's going to be a first and a second reading, and there's going to be all of that. So even if segments of the community are not able to participate over the next 12 months, they will have an opportunity to address this council through, at a minimum, 2 hearings, but probably more. So at the end of the day, we're going to try to do everything in our power to create the pathways, but the Planning Commission, this is probably, over the next couple of years, the importance of the Planning Commission cannot be understated. They are going to be generally the first public review of everything. And then it's going to come to the council. So even if we miss a group, there'll be an opportunity to bring it here. So I feel comfortable that we're going to create the right pathways and it's going to be an incredible investment to make sure we do this right. And I think we're starting today by making sure that at least the council has an opportunity to tell us, what about this, what about this, consider this, is there going to be public input, and so forth. So that's today's purpose.
And my next question, I don't want to speak out of turn, so if I'm out of line, let me know. I understand there's going to be a meeting sometime in January on a Saturday.
So we're trying to set up a general plan, zoning, everything on a Saturday, because these council meetings, we go late, they don't lend themselves well to really good community dialogue. So the goal in talking to the team is to work with the council to schedule a Saturday morning where we'll feed people and create the breakouts and create a whole, create the breakouts and create everything so we can have an initial touch point with the community.
Yeah.
And so we're going to really lean on the council to help us sort of invite and bring people in. We'll do all our notification.
Mr. Mendez, at this point, do you have a specific Saturday?
No, we don't. We got to work through that. And part of the challenge is as we come out of as we start 2026, I think it's a good kick off to 2026, but it's also doing it in a sufficient time that, we're probably not looking at the first or second Saturday, but maybe the last half of January. But we're also going to try to make sure that we try to maximize the opportunity for people to attend.
Great. And which I appreciate Mr. Moore's report, but Mayor, I want to ask you a friendly question. Being that this report talks about leaning strong on Planning Commission, I know in the last 2, 3, 4 months, we haven't had a 7-0 attendance. And I want to ask you, and here in the public, is that our responsibility to make sure that our planning commissioners are attending, or is it the staff's?
As soon as any individual council member or mayor receives a report of lack of attendance, then yes, we would respond to it.
And I think to that point, I think we need to make sure that we address that before they start meeting with the planning commission. We want to make sure that they're all present. Thank you.
Understood. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Moore. Just for clarification, are we doing questions and comments right now?
Questions.
Okay. All right. In terms of questions, I believe, Mr. Mendez, you expressed, part of the ask is to provide a little bit more additional guidance and recommendations. And one thing that stood out to me, I think Councilmember Barrera kind of alluded to it, and so did Councilmember Sandoval, is pertaining to the groups that are kind of invited to be part of the Technical Advisory Committee. One thing that stood out to me on page 2, third paragraph, first sentence, quote, objectives of the new zoning code include a code that is easier for the public and staff to understand and use, really underscoring the public, right? So the Technical Advisory Committee is largely comprised of the technical experts, right? Which at the end of the day are the majority of the folks that you all interface as staff with. But would there be the possibility of perhaps creating a dedicated seat or two within the Technical Advisory Committee for someone who perhaps is not a frequent user of the permitting system? And by that, I mean, if my mom went to the permit center tomorrow, I would want her to be able to understand the code, just like I would want any other resident in the city of Salinas to be understand the code. Is there an opportunity to include that seat as well?
Yeah, absolutely. And if they're willing to sit through however many meetings of reading line by line, glad to have them.
Okay, awesome. In that case, I'll just go ahead and make some recommendations. Aside from Spark, which sent a letter, another group that sent a letter was Monterey Salinas Transit, asking to be a really key stakeholder throughout this process. Not sure if there are places within the 15 committee technical advisory group or some other group as well, but also perhaps reaching out to CCA and or BHC. They provide a different perspective when it comes to zoning, right? Looking at it more from the environmental and the built design and the health factors and how all that interplays. I think they would provide an additional valuable perspective. 1 second. As for getting the word out, is there a separate set of funding attached to these outreach efforts for the general plan update, or is it all just kind of worked into whatever we're already doing for the general outreach?
So there's a set amount of funding tied to like PlaceWorks and what they're scoped to help us with, but on staff, it's only limits the budget and how many hours we can allocate to this. So like with the general plan, the staff really handled a lot of that outreach. That's just out of staff time. We've done a ton of that. And we considered including some of the more specifics from PlaceWorks budget in this, but ultimately we know that staff can augment and do additional outreach as needed.
So on that, if I may, I'll work with the department as we get this rolling. The mid-year's coming up in late January, early February, fiscal report, and then we are hopefully going to pivot to a 2-year budget. So this is such an important sort of time when we're looking at zoning and the general plan and we have a lot of our stakeholders engaged and so forth, that if we need to augment some of for the engagement process, we'll bring some alternatives to the council on that.
Awesome. Thank you for that clarification. I hope staff has the full confidence in reaching out back to the council if there's an additional need for funding for outreach. Is the outreach component largely a staff or a consultant-led process? I know you mentioned that the consultants will be in some of the meetings, but is it largely a staff-led endeavor for the outreach efforts?
It depends on the event. So for example, there's a certain number of workshops that PlaceWorks is scoped to help with. They'd be responsible for preparing presentations and doing some materials, but we would be doing most of like the get the word out, table facilitation, things like that. And for things like if we do any canvassing of business areas or pop-ups, like they're scoped to help with 2 pop-ups, but we'll do a lot more than 2 pop-ups. So it kind of depends on some of the bigger things. They're there to help and provide support and provide support on like the materials, but it's staff carrying out a lot of the actual doing of the engagement activities.
All right, thank you for that clarification. And then just one last recommendation, under the actual public engagement plan document, under pop-ups, just would also call out our blind and deaf communities and also our seniors. Oftentimes with those particular folks accessing the pop-ups or even knowing how to access the equipment, I can't imagine trying to go through that process of figuring out how do I access a general plan update meeting if I'm visually impaired or if I'm audibly impaired, right? So just being intentional about the types of outreach that we do, if we're able to do a pop-up at one of their events or invite them intentionally and providing that interpretation or translation would be appreciated.
That's it. Yeah, thank you.
Jose. Aurelio?
See, I don't have any questions, but I have a bunch of feedback, so I want to provide that feedback at the appropriate time, but I have a bunch of feedback. Thank you.
Okay, that'd be great. Thank you. Margaret?
Jonathan, thank you for your presentation. I want to ask about the EDE and how this ties in. And my main question is, I'm thinking about kind of the cart before the horse. So because this is a very big community invested project, it sounds like staff and the consultants are going to basically present a draft to the community. Does it make sense to go to the community first to ask some questions before we get into that big process? Or what are your thoughts on that?
I think we may be mixing some of the things here. So we're just kicking off the zoning code update. We're wrapping up the general plan update. So there's been a ton of meetings on that, workshops. We're coming out with some drafting. We're still working with EDE stakeholders on certain things that will continue to happen. But we're releasing that public review draft. I think that will hopefully be the focus of the 31st, or we haven't set a date, looking at, I guess, out the cat out of the bag. That was an idea for Pod today, but a date at the end of January. And then when we do a big zoning code update meeting, we'll certainly have them come and present, not a draft, but they'll present about the process, what happened, what our options are, that kind of thing. And there certainly would be a time to ask questions at that kind of event. And if people are interested tomorrow and they do want to come to the Planning Commission and ask questions, then that is great too.
So I think the short answer is there will be plenty of opportunity, like Jonathan was encouraging. So for example, right now, we've been working with a business, Spark, and a large group of stakeholders. They've taken the time to go point by point, and we are now taking the time to respond point by point. So none of that's been put into the general plan yet. So we committed to have that dialogue and then bring it in the general plan, as opposed to us bringing it in the general plan and then. So I think that it's always a balancing act, right? Because sometimes when you have these meetings, and depending on the nature of the meeting, you can ask a question and nobody knows even where to start. So part of the zoning update is really framing the importance and kind of the feedback avenues to provide the thoughts. Because it might, it's a huge document, and I might be really keyed on one section, but not the rest. So how do we create that opportunity? But in short, we are trying to solicit the feedback and then kind of introduce it. But then I would then have to answer, well, why did these folks get the feedback, but these folks didn't get the feedback? Just being very transparent.
Mm-hmm.
So there's always pull and push and everything. So we have to sort of be careful when we're looking at sort of the stakeholders and the technical folks and in the community. Because, folks are really paying attention to this. And I think it's important to try to encompass as wide of a berth as possible, but still stay on task to finish it in a reasonable amount of time.
Right. And so I think we're all pretty clear that that the community input is priority, right? It's very, very important, especially on something of this magnitude. So I think you've heard that from all of us, correct? Okay, thank you.
All right, let's go ahead and go out to the public on this. In 2 minutes.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Donahue, council members, city manager, city attorney. I'm Peter Casavan, president of Spark. As you recall, city manager Ray Corpus asked Spark to lead the community outreach for the economic development element of the general plan. The plan before you appears well thought out and comprehensive, and we appreciate that it seems to represent a good faith effort to effectively engage the community. Spark appreciates its inclusion, and we think you're in the right track. However, we just request some revisions to better align with the general plan. And I'm referring to General Plan Action LU 1.1.5 of the economic development element. Paraphrasing, continue to actively engage the type of community outreach utilized in the economic development element process to update the zoning code. This is further described in paragraph 1.3.2 under community outreach, which says an ambitious community outreach effort was undertaken to elicit the opinions and ideas of community members. The input, that means that input from the community members, that input was the cornerstone for the economic development strategy. In other words, this is a critical fact. The community engagement preceded the drafting of the EDE to make sure that the community's visions and values were included. We believe this should be the same strategy used for the zoning code update. First, conduct robust public outreach. Second, based on this input from that public outreach, update the zoning code. So if the plan, and it's not clear to me, is that staff and consultants are working on the update, the zoning code update, and putting in time, and at some point we'll present that to the public, that is not in alignment with the community engagement expected by the general plan. That's more of a community reaction. So we would, again, first say conduct the outreach, then write the zoning code.
Thank you, Peter. All right, anyone else?
Okay, good evening, City Council. I'm Eloise Shim. And I just want to make a comment about the phrase cannabis as a priority. I hope that there will not be a liberal view towards cannabis dispensaries. A few days ago, there was a large fentanyl, cocaine, methamphetamine, heroin bust in Chinatown. Those responsible have pled not guilty. Cannabis is a gateway drug, and being liberal about it in the name of business and economic development and growth is irresponsible and should be discouraged.
Okay, thank you. All right, anyone else from the public on this? Okay, anybody on Zoom? Okay. Jose, I see you've changed venues. You're up, number 55. Jose, do we got you?
Are you there?
Yep.
Okay. Great start for a project. My thing is this, you want the public to be engaged. You want the public aware of everything that you guys are going to do with this project. And all I see is you set up meetings and meetings and meetings, but nothing gets done, finalized, or accomplished. It's like we go in circles. We make up a plan to build housing. Here, we're going to do this. All right, cool. Let's get it done. We're doing it. We go to the meetings, get all the information there, then it's put on hold again. And we're going, okay, well, we already talked about this. When are we going to start building the houses? It's good to have all these meetings and get people involved. A lot of these people don't care. They want the houses built. You don't need to have all these meetings and have a bunch of people that are probably not going to show up because they're not going to get the right information to get there on time. I say build the houses and then go from there. That's my only opinion. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. All right. Okay, Marisol?
Hi, everyone. So I'm going to slightly respectfully disagree with Jose there. I think we're not doing enough. I think we do, as much as it kind of seems like it's bothersome to you guys to have random people like me showing up to those meetings, it is extremely important. It doesn't seem fair or appropriate to only invite groups like Spark, groups like the Chamber of Commerce. Like, those are very different people. And yes, I understand that they have connection with the city constantly. I understand that. But so do people like me. So do every other resident. So I think there needs to be effort in bringing people like me in, and getting that input. I think you guys need to remember who you also represent. It's not just the business community. It is the everyday person. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. All right, let's come back. There will be no action on this, but we'll come back for any final comments from council. Andrew?
Yeah, off of Councilmember Barajas, I agree. There should be a member of the public. We got to be real. There's a lot of people who are going to use these who are not technically savvy. So I think having somebody at the table would be great. I already raised concerns about some of the groups, the limited groups. I'll say that I know that's not the intent to only include them, but obviously we know some of those folks' stances on some of our housing issues, and not to mention political contributions. But I'm glad staff is going to have a clear metrics and an application process. And I would look forward to, like I said, the matrix, the application, and the public posting of these opportunities for residents. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Tony.
Yeah, I want to appreciate the comments that the city manager made. I think everybody's invited to the table. We need the professionals as well as the lay people. People that are just wanting a better life for themselves. They want to be part of the process. I think everybody's invited. And Mr. Moore, I want to thank you for your report. You're an asset to the city. I mean, this is a great report. But I think more what I heard loud and clear, not only from your report, but from the comments, we want community engagement. And I think, again, the city manager said there's some people that are going to feel like they've been invited and others haven't, but everybody will have access to that. I think one of the things that we need to start doing here, and I mean this sincerely, we need to start working together. We do. You know, whether we like each other or not, and that doesn't matter to me. What matters to people is they want a house. And how do we get this? Is bring in the people that know how to build a house. Whether they give money or not, I mean, we're in a political arena. That's just the way it is. Whether we give money or not, but the bottom line here is meeting the needs of the people that we serve. You know what is sad when I see young parents bringing in their little babies because do you think they care about our politics? Absolutely not. They care about where they live and what they want. So I think to that, and I think more than ever, we need to come together. Whether we're suspicious of somebody, invite them for coffee. Find out what they're all about. Let's not be afraid of each other. I think I've had conversations with everybody. And I'm going to quit with this. A while ago, we heard from the rent folks that they haven't received any information from this council. Well, guess what? For the last 2 weeks, I've been meeting with people individually regarding housing. Whether I sign a document or not, it doesn't matter. It's coming together and finding out ways of how we can make improvement. And with that, I don't know if you guys know, but is it called Bridgestone? Is that the name of the company? Thank you. I got it backwards. Stone Bridge. They're getting ready to build here 3 or 4 years in 2026. I mean, how awesome is that? So things are coming to fruition. And then we've been meeting with folks from the Taylor Farms here trying to figure out about these 67 units. Can we bring inclusionary housing? The only way we're going to come to agreement is by talking with each other. And I think that's important. So thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Jose?
Thank you, Mayor. Once again, thank you, staff, for the presentation, particularly Mr. Moore for presenting. Just to reiterate and summate some of my earlier comments, just reiterating the support for the inclusion of a public member seat within the Technical Advisory Committee, and then also bringing in and doing targeted outreach for our senior community and also our deaf and blind communities as well. But also just, again, I mean, we have a really neat opportunity to really reimagine what the future of Salinas looks like through the zoning code update, right? The common thread tonight is housing and the necessity and the immediacy for the need for housing. And it's really through the code that we're able to achieve that, right? Why does it take a housing developer? We've seen it multiple times throughout this year. Even the affordable housing developers, yes, they secure the funding now, but they don't build out 3 to 4 years out from now, right? Let's look at this as an opportunity to change that, to reimagine what the future of housing can be more focused on housing production and being more focused on development, right? We heard a gentleman earlier today speaking about how he had to leave the community because of the cost of housing. But that's also tied to economic opportunity and, job opportunities for our youth, right? When I look around and I see my graduating class of 2017, I see very few of those folks back in Salinas, both due to the lack of housing and the lack of economic opportunity. And this zoning code update, I really see as a key opportunity to go about that and really look forward to seeing it alongside the first public review draft of the general plan update, which I used to serve on the general plan update steering committee a few years back. So it's nice to see that it's finally coming along, the first draft. Thank you.
Next. All right, Aurelio?
Okay. I hope I don't take us back too many steps. So I'm going to be honest. Zoning is not the most exciting thing in the world. Let's be honest about that. I mean, when people say zoning, it's not like people come running to the door. After serving on the Monterey County Planning Commission for 12 years, I can tell you, our meetings were twice a month, the second and the fourth Wednesday of the month, and we would typically meet from about 9 a.m. to about 5 p.m. And all we would often talk about is like zoning or the rezoning process, and some of like the challenges that go behind it. I do want to set a realistic expectation on staff because I'll just say this. I feel like zoning is it's a very dry subject for a lot of people, and I also want to make sure that we're being fair to residents because there's a learning curve behind it, right? Because when you say zoning, there's so many different zoning types, right? There's residential, commercial, agricultural, light commercial, mixed use, industrial, historical, and institutional zoning, right? And so as I was listening to your presentation, I was also trying to take into consideration, well, what is it we're now going to try to achieve with the zoning process, right? Because we all know that every part of the city of Salinas is already zoned. You might live in a residential area. You may live adjacent to light commercial or heavy commercial. I don't know how many historical zoning areas that we have in Salinas. During the presentation, I visualized our city and I visualized like a color coding of, okay, here's our industrial area here in South Salinas, and here's our heavy commercial areas, and here we are, we're all surrounded by this agricultural land, and then we have some ag land and prime ag land right in the middle of our city. So the zoning process can be very complex, can be very, very challenging. I think if we ask residents, naturally they will want to provide us input. The feedback I wanted to give staff this evening is, again, I think us as a council, we want to have that resident participation, but I also think it's only fair that we be realistic what that may or may not look like. people that may want to participate may only have that, they may have a background in the zoning or zoning process, so we may only have a certain audience. So if staff can make the effort to reach out to others who have access to residents, I think that's what we're also wanting to see. So one thing that does come to mind is I think about our institutions, right? So I'm thinking about our schools, our hospitals, business community, residents, and right. So we have, we have like, our two hospitals, right? And then there are the areas that are zoned, immediately around it. Could be a combination of residential, like commercial. And so we need their input because we know that quite often they're often impacted by the zoning process. I know that we do have some nonprofit organizations that do some of this work. I feel like pre-pandemic, we did have a number of neighborhood associations, but I feel like over the years, neighborhood associations have like dwindled and almost like non-existent. But we do have some very informal neighborhood association, like I'm thinking of the folks from Montebella, Los Olivos. I don't know if Eagle Drive and Bison Way are around. And then Creek Bridge, Santa Rita, Bosso Knolls. Some of those community and resident leaders are still around. So naturally, I think they will probably be more vested or interested in terms of those conversations regarding residential and probably commercial. But if there's a way that we can tap into those different sectors, right? Our educational systems, small businesses, agriculture, and ask them for their feedback and let them know what we're also trying to achieve, that would be great. The other thing I also want to make sure that also happens is in terms of geographical representation, I want to make sure that we have like folks that live, work, and play in North Salinas, South Salinas, West Salinas, East Salinas, and Central Salinas, and have them also provide their impact. I know a lot of our schools, they have like the parent groups. So if we can get into schools and school sites and see if there might be a group of parents that we can tap into for their input, that would be great. But once again, I just want to make sure that, we do have like these realistic expectations in terms of what the community outreach is gonna look like. I know that we have some resources at our hand, and if they're willing to assist us and provide their insights, that would be great. Thank you. That concludes my feedback. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Margaret?
Okay, well, I think it's great that we have a baseline of the subject matter experts at the table that can really kind of build that foundation. And then, as I mentioned before, that we really need, the community to come on board. But I agree with you, Councilmember Salazar, that it's difficult. It's probably going to be complicated and difficult for a lot of people to understand, but just give them access to the information and give them the opportunity to participate is the most important thing. And Councilmember Barrera, I like your comments, and I think this is an area where this council can come together as a group because we all believe that this rezoning ordinance and update is very, very necessary. So I don't think there's any divisiveness at all on this subject. I think we all agree that it's super important, and I love issues like this that come up where we can work as a team and make good things happen. And then I also want to speak about the seniors. So there's a lot of really active senior centers in our community. And I know staff time's limited and you're not going to be able to get to everybody, but use us as a resource. We've got a really powerful one in District 3. I'd be happy to make a presentation, given the right tools and the right resources. So use us as, ambassadors for this project. So thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you, everyone. There's no action required on that, and I think a pretty good consensus emerged on how to proceed. So carry on, and it sounds like tomorrow might be it is the third, a lively planning commission. So that sounds, so anyway, thank you for your presentation. All right. Lisa, don't go anywhere because you're up next. And so we're going to get a report on residential rental registration and the rent stabilization program.
That is correct. I'll wait for the... Okay. Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm here to provide a report on the 2025 Rental Registration and Rent Stabilization Program. This program is a calendar year program it started in January of 2025, and we're projecting our revenues through December 31st of this year. So here, discussing program revenue, you'll see, let's see, am I getting my highlighter? Is my pointer working? So you'll see on the table here on the left side, moving left to right, we've broken down the rental registration program from the rent stabilization program. So a fee of $45 per unit was charged for rental registry, and the rent program, which is for the stabilization ordinance, was charged a fee of $170. Now, we had 3,945 units registered under the rental registration program and 8,814 units registered under rent stabilization. So that's just over 12,000 units in total registered. And the next column shows the combined total fees paid, and this is through September 30th. Because that's our last actual quarterly accrual. So a total of $1.675+ million was collected. We did break out the $35,000 in late fees for a total actual revenue of $1.708+ million. We also did a projection of what we anticipate revenue being between October 1st and the end of the year. So this is a projection that based on an estimated additional 20 units registering in each program for a total of 40, that would bring in additional revenue that would bring us to $1.715 million in terms of revenue. Breaking down expenditures, again, we have only audited expenditures and confirmed them as actual through September 30th. So program expenditures were $4,666,158. But we were able to offset that in that we had a grant from United Way for rental assistance, and we were able to pay a portion of our staff salaries, $122,000. So that brought our expenses down to $343,837. We are projecting out through the end of the year additional staff salaries. We are including a loan repayment of $205,203. And then that brings our total combined projected program expenditures to $803,632. So this next slide shows that the revenues collected exceeded program expenditures. So if we remain on track and we do collect the $1.715 million and subtract the estimated $803,000, that would leave us a balance of excess of $911,715. Now, the ordinance requires that any excess of revenues be proportionally returned to those paid registrants. So once we close out the year in early 2026, based on actual program revenues and expenditures, we will determine the excess, and that will be proportionally returned based on the percentage of revenue that exceeds actual expenditures. And we will be coming back to you as a city council in early 2026 with our final program numbers, the remaining balance, as well as the final methodology for refunding the excess. We have continued our community engagement and outreach. So as you're aware, Eden Council for Hope and Opportunity, ECHO, as of next week, will have conducted 3 workshops focusing on the tenant protections in the ordinances as well as 1482. And so they've conducted meetings in District 5, 4, and next week we'll be conducting a meeting here in District 3. In addition to that, staff has had ongoing meetings with the Housing Rights Coalition, which consists of 7 organizations, to work collaboratively to schedule a public workshop that would, in addition to focusing on the ordinances and protections, would provide more information regarding tenant rights and the petition process. We also have done an initial reach out to landlords, and we would like to have similar meetings, workshops with them to make sure that we are in sync in terms of the use of the Toll Me platform, their rights, as well as their petition process. We also, to make sure that we're transmitting clear communication, clear information regarding the program, we have been working on redesigning the webpage so it's much easier to provide information, and we are pushing that out to users and stakeholders to receive feedback to make sure that we are hitting the mark. So this update is not a project. It focuses, in terms of strategic plan initiative, focuses on housing, affordable housing. And we want to recognize that we'll be returning to the City Council at its next meeting, December 9th, with the 2026 program fees that will need to be adjusted to align with projected program expenditures for the 2026 year. And so we'll be coming back to the City Council with our recommendations and seeking council consideration and approval. So there is no action required, just to receive the report.
Okay. All right. Margaret, we'll start with you. Questions?
Yes, Lisa, so we don't have any October numbers yet?
No.
As far, okay. All right, and then I guess I was just kind of, the estimates for October through December for the 3 months versus the 9 months, they seemed really low, like there was 20 in each category?
Yes.
Is that just being conservative?
It was being very conservative, and we're anticipating that there's going to be a slowdown.
Okay,
That
yeah.
the majority of participants who are going to register will have already registered by this point, and so we were very conservative.
Okay, thank you.
Aurelio?
Yeah, just, I think I know the answer to this question, but just want to ask so that we have it on the record. So the loan repayment, that was for costs prior to, as we were starting
No,
getting this off the ground? Or?
So when we came to the City Council to establish this program, we needed funds up front to be able to engage, staff to set up the program, as well as contract for the platform that we are using.
Okay.
And so those were upfront costs. We also, because it was a first-time program, we were very conservative as to what first-year participation would be. And participation was higher than anticipated. It was around 45% of estimated units participated in the program, which was higher. So we are in a position to now pay back that loan to the city, as well as then any excess would be proportionally returned.
And then last question, the grant that was received, the $122,000, I thought I heard you say that was it specifically for
It
staff?
was a grant for staff time.
Okay, for staff
correct.
time. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Jose?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Director Brenton, for the presentation. My questions on this item are pertaining to some of the fees already paid by some of the folks. Is my thing on? Okay. My question pertains to some of the fees that some of the landlords have already paid and what our plan is to kind of address that. Let me elaborate a little bit further. So in the presentation, there's some mention of bringing back to the council something early spring 2026 to kind of reevaluate what the reimbursement options are for those that have already paid into the system, correct?
So there are two things. One, we have to address the excess of revenue that was collected for this year. And so once we close out the year and we know what our actual expenses and actual revenue is, we will then come back in January, or I'd say early because we have to close out the year, so we have to audit. So it'll probably be closer to February that we will come back with our final numbers and indicate how we will be, what the proportional return will be to those that did register.
But let me walk you through my question. So obviously there's some folks that are out of compliance that have late fees applied to what is already done, right? We have around a 45% compliance rate for one of these, the two sections, right? The rental registration and the rent stabilization component. If we only have 45% compliance so far, and we already have a projected $1 million overage, we still haven't closed out the year, but we also still haven't collected the late penalties for folks that are late since the ordinance are still in effect. So I think you can kind of get to where my question is when does a city decide to attribute the penalties to which calendar year, right? So for any penalties accumulated or attributed to calendar year 2025, would they then be dispersed to everyone paid if they haven't paid? Do you get what I'm asking? If they don't pay their penalties until the following calendar year or 2 years from now, who ends up getting reimbursed?
So I think the program would need to close. Like we would treat each year as its own period of time, and late fees would be assessed for that year. We, of course, encourage compliance, and for those that pay late, we would, assess the penalty. But there is a clean slate that starts in the 2026 year. So we will be coming back on December 9th, and we'll say, okay, we have a year under our belts, we have a better idea of what our expenses will be, and based on that, here's our recommended fees to be more in line with our projected expenses. And those fees, upon adoption, would go into effect January 1st for the new program year.
So would a landlord that owes fees that hasn't fully registered in this calendar year, and the penalties they accrued are for calendar year 25, but we close out the year December 31st. We're now in January, they decide to pay their fees in January, but because we already closed out the calendar year, would the rest, let's imagine the folks in the public are the other landlords that already paid into the system, would the overage accounted, in this case, $1 million or a surplus north of $1 million, would that $1 million account for the penalties accrued by myself for calendar year 25 and then be dispersed amongst everyone who's paid into it?
No, because they're not actual revenues collected. So it's based on actual revenues collected.
Okay, that was kind of what I was getting at. So the penalties will be attributed to the calendar year in which the date they're collected,
Correct.
not the date that they're accrued.
Correct.
Okay, thank you for that. But you mentioned that per the ordinance, we aren't allowed to keep any overages. In this case, are we keeping track of overages attributed to the actual cost of the program separate from any penalties?
So we do break out the late fees. If we go back to the chart, we do track the revenue as well as the late fees. And so I think I would need some guidance from the city attorney. We'd have to look at the ordinance in terms of whether or not late fees are also returned, or if it is just the proportional share based on the actual fee revenue.
So late fees are a penalty for not complying with the ordinance. So those are not subject to this sort of refund or reimbursement process because they're a penalty. They're treated differently.
Okay, so in theory, could we as a council commit any penalties resulting from this program for a specific use, say a rental assistance program?
In theory.
In theory, yeah.
Yes.
I was like.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Also, in terms of some of the impact that this is having, I saw a lot of data on compliance numbers and registration numbers and a lot of numbers on fees collected. how many folks have actually accessed the hearing officer component? How many tenants have gone through the process? Do you have any information or data pertaining to
I
that?
do. So in terms of tenant petitions, we've received 5. And landlord petitions, we've received 7. And so in terms of the tenant petitions, we had 2 that were withdrawn because they were able to reach resolution on their own. 2 are in ongoing review, and 1 determination was made.
Okay, thank you. And I think that's all my questions. Ms. Britton.
Tony?
Well, you know, as we're hearing this, these numbers get complicated, but I'm going to put myself in the place of somebody that is being told they're going to be penalized or whatever. Your report talks about community engagement. Communication is critical here. Are we equipped? You know, sometimes I've called City Hall, and sometimes it's not easy on the phone. So my question is, do we have staff, and I spoke with the city manager a little bit regarding this, do we have staff that are equipped to answer these serious questions, especially when people are frustrated, people are worried that they're being penalized, or whatever the reason is? But do we have staff already in place where I can call a certain number and somebody's going to answer and be able to answer my questions regarding this?
Yes, currently we have 2 full-time staff, and coming up, we started with 3. We had a vacancy, and in 2026, we are going to be asking to fill that vacancy through the program. And so those individuals are the ones that are taking counter hours, as well as responding to emails and phone calls.
So these people that are involved, whether they owe money or they're owed money, how do they get to know what individual, what number to call? Does the city send them a letter?
Hard time hearing. I apologize.
I'm sorry.
I'm having a hard time
I'll
hearing.
get closer. Whether you have a person that owes or is owed money, how do they get the number or in the name of the individual that they're supposed to call? Do they have a letter sent out by the city, or how do they have access to that?
No, so through, so we do have a hotline that we put out, and when the program year kicks off, so when we initiated the program, we did do a campaign to landlords as well as to the community at large. And in part, that is what we're working on with the community-based organizations, is convening meetings with the tenants, with the community, as well as with the landlords, to have that more personal conversation about the program and how we can support them in utilizing the program.
So what happened is, if you recall earlier in the year when this program was launched, through the software in the program, we sent out notices to landowners and stuff about the ordinances. And there was also a requirement for them to register, for them to pay. The penalty did not kick in right away. There was a time frame for folks to, so the penalty occurred when you did not pay. And so we're talking about a couple of groups here. We're talking about the 45% that did register. That's identified how much we're going to give back. So that, we know who those are. They will be getting that back once we come to the council and we get direction and approval how we're going to do that. So that's that one group. The other group that didn't pay, there's a penalty, and there's for 2025 that it's there. So we have to figure out how to have, that's part of the conversation. And then in 2026, based on whatever the rates are, that starts 2026. It doesn't impact 2025. So we are talking about a couple of different folks that pay, folks that registered, and groups that didn't. The tenants, it's a different perspective. They are, we've been working with them on, do they understand the program? Are we making it simple? Are we improving it? Are we getting the information out? So the team's been meeting with a lot of the groups to listen and hear, yeah, this application wasn't easy to understand, or stuff like that, or our checklist was hard to follow, or our website needed to be improved. So we've been getting that feedback. So we're talking about a couple of different part to this, because
So the information that you're talking about, what Ms. Britton said, we're going to get an update
Yes.
in a few months.
Well,
Landlords and tenants.
yes, you're going to get an update in early January.
Yeah, okay.
But we have to close out the year, so what happens from the month closes, it has to be reconciled, then we close it out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Andrew?
Or do we have any statistics on how many calls our housing staff has fielded and what are their main concerns or questions or issues that they've addressed?
Gosh, so I would say in the hundreds, phone calls as well as customers served. I don't have an exact number. I would say that when the program first kicked off, January, February, when we sent out the notice, we had quite a response. We provided evening hours at the counter to accommodate the volume as well as convenience of access. We also responded via email, phone call, etc. It was a little overwhelming at that point in time. And things then changed. You know, we got in a rhythm, we had people registering, but then there was discussion regarding the program. We came in May and we presented an update, and then there was a conversation as to whether or not the ordinance was going to remain in place. So we have been in a limbo, and our challenge has been addressing confusion as to whether or not the program was in place. And it was the whole time. It never stopped, but there was a lot of confusion as to its status. So that's where we're at.
Okay. And then, I mean, as part of this data collection, are we kind of keeping a tally of the landlords who have, for example, repeated violations or issues that seem to be persistent with certain landlords? Are we keeping that data?
No, this is not an inspection program. So this is all on the part of the landlord registering their property, the number of units, and whether or not it qualifies for the rent stabilization, determining the age of the property. So there is not an inspection or a follow-up component. If a complaint is brought through a tenant or other source, we will respond, through our code enforcement arm or through building inspection, depending on the severity of the situation.
Right. Yeah, I'm mostly referring to that data collection. If there is repeated code violations on a property, or for example, if you have a landlord that has 100 units and, you're always getting calls about, them overcharging rent or any issues like that. Are you collecting data on that information?
So there isn't a correlation between the two databases. So, our court enforcement, they track their cases on all properties and all the violations. And then we have a separate database where we're just focusing on the registration of the units. And so those reports are not correlated or compared.
Okay, I believe we use, is it Ptolemy? Did I say it right? Ptolemy? Ptolemy, is that the name of the software?
Ptolemy is the platform that we use for the rental registry and stabilization, yes.
So what would it take for us to do, or whose decision is it for us to do the same thing like the city of Rochester or the city of Monterey, where their rental registration is a public-facing database? Well, that's question number one. And then question number two is, with the public-facing database, we're able to see which units may be not registered or not in compliance. And I think, well, let's start with the first question.
So that is something based on council direction that we can explore. Right now, that is, when we set up the program, there were more concerns about privacy and how the information was going to be protected versus made public. So we collect minimal information from the landlord regarding the units. It is in the secure, database, and it is not public facing.
Right, I understand there was certain concerns about like certain information being public, but I guess in my mind, in theory, if other cities are publicizing it, then technically our information is also public record.
I
Is that
think,
correct?
so what we could look at doing, and on December 9th, we're also going to be presenting our housing dashboard to the city council. And so there could be some functionality, some similarity there that we then create a database or public facing that just shows the location of the rental properties.
Okay. And then along the comments of some of my colleagues, so the people who haven't paid, have they been sent a notice of default, or what was the last time the people out of compliance were sent a notice?
Off the top of my head, I do not know. I know that we sent the first notice in February. I'd have to confirm with staff subsequent noticing.
Yeah, just because like as we're going to adjust refunds for some folks, if we had 75% compliance, then the refund for those 45% would be substantially bigger, right? I mean, that's, if I'm doing my math correct, right? So that's one of the, so I just want to understand if you could follow up with me when we did send those notices, because I'm kind of reflecting back to our fireworks conversation, and this year we decided that we are going to be active in enforcement and collecting of those fees, so I want to make sure that we're also doing with this. And then, are we tracking how many rental units are sold under the Ellis Act through this program, or is that separate?
No, so they, the only thing, when you say sold, so we have been notified that.
Take it off the market, sorry.
So we have been notified that 3 properties, 3 units were taken off the rental market.
Three rental units?
3 units, yes.
Individual units or complexes?
3 units, individual units.
Okay, thank you. And then, can you share, I know the EPS report kind of talked about what kind of staffing needs we would have. Could you kind of share what, you know, what that recommendation was, kind of where we're at and where we're going?
So the EPS study, I believe, at full, like over time, if you were getting to like an 80+ participation rate, it, I think, initially projected a staffing of 5, but we landed on 3. A community development analyst, an admin analyst, and then an admin aide to support the program, at least as a startup. And so we will be recommending similar staffing for next year.
I know we lost Cassandra, who was great with our department. And why are we waiting until next year? Because don't we have funding for that position? Shouldn't we hire now? Like,
Yes, well, once we establish the program budget and fees, yes, we will move forward.
I guess my question is more for the city manager. Like, shouldn't we hire that position now? I just don't see, because I wish I had the stats on how many calls our staff is fielding, because that would help me understand it, like the needs for additional staff. But even with that, the recommendation is this. So my fear is we're being more reactive than we are proactive. Let's say getting people in compliance. I don't know how much time staff has for that.
So, great question, and let me kind of answer from a staff's perspective, is my perspective. We were in a no-win situation based on the environment that we were in. So I'm just being very frank. And so we're getting a lot of pull, a lot of thoughts and ideas from council and the community and so forth. So good, for better or for worse, we decided to kind of write it out. We decided to kind of see where things were going to land and then bring back the recommendation accordingly. So, I mean, people can have a different approach, which is fine, but that's where we were. And so I think part of my role is to kind of try to understand the direction I'm getting from the council and then respond accordingly. Based on where we're at today, based on where we ended up with the program budget, and now when we ended to see sort of the results, that's why we're moving forward. But we also needed to make sure that, you know, we kind of work through the referendum process and so forth. I think we were in a place where it would have been hard to bring something back that we could have addressed as a council. So we are in that place today. We will bring back that budget, we will bring back the program, and we'll move forward. We already have the job description, we already have, so it's not like we're creating a new position, or it's not like we're standing up a new program. And so I think it's gonna be a lot quicker. And there's been enough information out there on this that I think folks that didn't pay know they didn't pay. I mean, it's just, I just want to be as candid as possible. The opposite end is we've been trying to work with the renters and stuff to make sure that we are providing the information necessary, as well as the landlord and property owners, because there are some things that we have to adjust. So the other thing, based on the current environment, is how or when do I bring it forward that we're not perceived like I'm touching the ordinance, like we're going to change things, because that's going to open up, I'm just being as honest as possible. That's going to open up another, and that's not what we're intending to do. We clearly are in the process today, we're going to stand up the program. That will continue the program. We're going to bring back the resources that we need. We also need to be intentional. We're hearing a lot about, truth and being honest. We also need to be intentional about what worked and didn't work, and bring that conversation to the council. Well, what I will not do, unless I'm directed otherwise, is I am not going to surprise you with the recommendation. I'm going to tell you we're looking at this and it's coming. I'm not going to come back forward and just present it to you as a recommendation, because I'm pretty sure the feedback I'm going to get. And we're just trying to be as honest as possible here. We're meeting with everybody, and we're moving this forward. So could we have done it a little bit different? Sure. But the decision was made to approach it, and we're bringing it forward now. And now we know we're going to finish the year. Now we know what we think we need and some of the adjustments we need to do.
Yeah, thank you for that. And then as part of the future discussion, will you bring forward a recommendation kind of to either Mayor or the City of Monterey or the City of Rochester, their public-facing database, which I do think in there you can kind of see the ratings of certain landlords, maybe repeated code violations or things like that. Would you bring that conversation forward, or how do you foresee that happening?
Sure, we'll bring that forward and we'll follow council direction. Part of the other perspective here is try to be respectful, as fair to everybody, right? And so I think that's something that I would ask for council direction, how you want us to move that forward.
All right. Well, that concludes my questions. Thank you.
All right, we will go ahead and go to public comment. Just a reminder, there is no action on this item, and the public comment should be focused on Lisa's report in terms of how they're handling the process of right-sizing and making the necessary adjustments on the rental registration component. So that's the nature of these public comments.
Okay. Thank you. That was really helpful. I understand this is a new program, so I understand and appreciate some of the discussion we're having about rollout process. And that can explain a 45% compliance rate in year one, which is very low, but by tracking it, we'll get better, I hope. I'm anxiously awaiting the dashboard and support allowing some public available data, like Councilmember Sandoval has described, yet being able to respect privacy. I believe it is important that the public portal, the future public portal, includes qualitative data as well as quantitative data. For example, what are the barriers to compliance? I think that the public should be able to know that. How can the public be involved in what metrics are going to be publicly available on that future public portal? And then most importantly, when will the rates, the rental increase rates for next year be known? When will we know what that percentage will be? It's almost December. I mean, it is December, and presumably rents will be able to go up again in January. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I just wanted to comment about this program. It seems to me like there's millions of dollars and then there's excess revenue that's going to be returned, I guess, to the landlords. Is that what I'm hearing, or am I confused? Okay, so in my mind, when you're saying you're returning the revenue to the landlords, it sounds to me like you're defunding the program, but you don't want to really say that because that would be disrespectful. And, it's not really clear. It's very vague about this program. what's happening with it. And, you know, I think that it's not really serving the community to be so vague about it, because it's confusing. And just to say, well, we shouldn't talk about it because it's too confusing and we don't know what's going to happen. Well, yeah, that's true. But, you know, it's just, if you're returning the money to the landlords, you're basically giving the message that you're defunding the program, which is what you all want to do, except for a few. So, you know, why don't you just say, we want to defund the program?
Thank you.
I'm not PC, so I'm biting my tongue as hard as I can. This whole rent control is socialism. Everything being pushed here, and most of the people in the crowd are socialists. You don't want to give our overtaxation back to us? You're taking money away from people that own property. What the main goal is full control of the rentals. Modesto has already done it. There's one landlord, and I met him here, who had a unit in Modesto. The tenant thrashed it. It was in prime shape when he moved in. The tenant contacted the same type of group that's being put together and said, this place is a mess. He's the one that tore it up. The city went in, told the landlord, you will bring this up to living standards. It's not habitable. Okay, good. Take the tenant and find a place for him. No, he can stay here while you do the work. Why would anybody in their right mind put money back into a unit that's going to get thrashed again? You know, right now, what's been done, say a unit costs $2,000 a month to rent. I'd charge $4,000 for a deposit. The tenant, if you keep it in shape, has a good chance of getting most of that deposit back. I love giving back full deposits. Now, 2,000 unit, all I can charge is $2,000 for coverage. It can cost $10,000 easily for a one bedroom. We had a tenant, he should have been locked up, meth head. He started a fire. He wasn't even supposed to be there. His dad, Section 8, stuck his son in there. Our insurance went up 5 times. Why do you think insurance companies don't want to do business in California? We're turning into a total communist state. You know, it's open your eyes and listen to people who know, not this fairyland.
Okay, thank you. Okay, just a reminder, the conversation should be focused on the adjustments and and updating the rental registration piece, as opposed to general commentary.
Mayor, members of the council, Frank Saunders, local property owner. I kind of think this is a big waste of money, and I hate to see one of the most talented city employees that we have, Lisa, working on this, when the goal is to create affordable housing, isn't it? I mean, that's what we all want. You're not going to get it by making punitive charges against landlords. I'm not a big residential property landlord, so I can talk about it without being affected so much. But why would somebody want to build housing in this area if they're going to be subject to all these onerous controls? That isn't how you get housing built. People want profit. People that build these projects want profit, and that's the only way you're going to get them built. So if you want to do things positive, reduce some of the requirements for building high-density housing, let people go up, change the zoning so we can go up real high, build a lot of units, try and keep the cost down by doing them in bulk. That's the way you're going to make things work. And I want to bring up one other thing, and I don't think anybody's brought this up about residential housing. In Salinas, if you look at Airbnb, there's over 1,000 spaces in this town available for, what do you call them, short-term rentals. There's a lot more than you think there are in this town. And they take advantage of it because it's very expensive to buy a place in Monterey or Carmel or stay over there, so they stay here in Salinas. A lot more of this going on than you might think. Might be a good place to concentrate some effort. Thank you.
Mayor, Council, my name is Nelson Vega, and I own some complexes here in Salinas, and I paid $10,000 on one complex, a little bit over 10, and another complex I paid $8,300. I filed for a petition to increase the rent back in March 10th. I have yet to get a date. Yet to get a date of when I'll have that hearing. It's outrageous. I have paid almost 20 grand. And by the way, they're asking $38,000 for me to have a hearing. That's outrageous. I am one of those landlords that provide really nice housing to my tenants. I don't have a lot of problems. I have a real nice one up on Brutus. I have another one on Natividad. I've had them for 35 years. I've not had the kind of problems that I have because of the tenants. I have it because of you guys. You have come and interfered with a private business transaction, and you're putting the thumb on that scale, and you're acting like all the landlords here in this town are horrible landlords, and we just are terrorizing our tenants. And it's the farthest thing from the truth, because your own testimony just now said you had 5 tenants so far this year that have made a formal complaint. You've had 7 landlords that have come and asked you. So 2 of those are mine. 2 of those are mine. Why? Because the insurance has gone through the roof. On one building, I was $25,000. It's gone up to $125,000. The sewer bill that you guys just went up with, the water bill, the tax, property tax. I don't pay my guys $17 an hour. I pay them $35, $40 an hour. That's not to mention the other people. Please overturn this ridiculous thing and let the landlords
All right, thank you.
show you how to run a business. Thank you.
Good evening, City Council. Luis Chago Juarez for Building Healthy Communities, and just want to implore this a message to the council and to our public. You know, there was a commitment that was made over a year ago that centered our most vulnerable residents, and as a community organizer, we do our best to connect people who are working multiple jobs and always running the risk of being evicted. We can continue hearing and listening to all our stories, all the stories of our neighbors, and we do our best to let them know that there is some hope, there is some support. This past year was rough. As we heard the report, there was a rhythm going around March. It stalled. And in June, there was a repeal. Unfortunately, for the community, there was an effort that was able to collect over 10,400 signatures, 7,156 of which were verified in less than a month here in Salinas. Mayor Donahue, have you ever witnessed any kind of engagement like that in this city? You know, for a population that provides the labor, that's a multi-billion-dollar a year industry. We're part of this global food chain, and the workers, our residents, our neighbors, deserve this kind of attention. So we're going to make that commitment. We're going to do our best to make sure that this moves forward how it should and deserves to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. All right, we will go to Zoom. All right, Jose? You're up.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Good afternoon, Jose Guerra, Montvilla Community. First, I want to say, Lisa, thank you for the presentation. Lisa, I'm sorry, but you're overqualified for that job because the city can't even run the city, Lisa. They need to run the city before they can run rent stabilization, first of all. Second of all the people that you took money from that you have to reimburse, please do it diligently and give them back all their money. I don't want the city getting sued. These property owners have the right to get a lawyer and sue you guys, which is going to be me, Tony, and everybody in Montebello. We're going to pay all that lawsuit because the city pays for it. You guys don't. We will, the taxpayers. So please, give them their money back. Third of all, you know what? I hear all these property owners, God bless them. Let them do their job. A lot of these people are businessmen, which a lot of you guys up there don't know anything about business at all. You can go to school, get a degree, doesn't make you a businessman. A businessman runs a business and keeps it for a long time. I hate to bash on you guys, but you guys don't listen. Please build housing. Stop letting these ADUs take over and flooding our communities with cars, population, dirt, debris, and everything else that comes with it. You guys need to come together, build homes, and forget rent stabilization. You can't even run the city correctly. Run the city first, then think about telling people how they should run their properties. Well, you never owned any probably. Some of you don't even have a property up there. And if you do, your mom or your dad, someone gave it to you. You never bought it yourself. That's all I have to say. God bless you guys. Hey, all you guys out there, property owners, God bless you. And don't give up.
Thank you. All right. Right, I can't quite make that out. S24.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Hi, so I wanted to be able to answer some of the councilman's questions because they didn't seem answered all in completion. I've been working on trying to get my rental increases for over 235 days since they've been submitted. I'm constantly told that there's something else that needs to be looked into. The average rental increase to be reviewed, I was told by staff, has been $1,100. So if you as one owner want to raise one tenant's rent, the city wants $1,100 for the hearing officer to review that one-page rental increase. I want to make sure that you're aware of that. So there was an owner with 6 units, and he was told he would have to pay $7,750 for your hearing officer to review it, which I'm surprised because now you're saying there's an excess of money. So, but they wanted $7,750 from this small landlord of 6 units with no approval of raising rent, which means after you've paid your other fee and you have to pay another fee in 30 days, we want another $8,000, but you most likely will not be able to raise your rents. And I just wanted to make sure that the council was aware of that, especially since we're finding out tonight that there's an excess. So I find it very interesting and where and who is monitoring this when they're coming up with these numbers of $1,100 per tenant for a landlord to raise rents. I wanted to make sure you guys were actually aware that's from staff. So these aren't made up numbers. These aren't things I'm just creating. These are from the actual staff themselves. Again, I've been trying to get my landlord petitions to go through for 235 days. The last I was told, there was a gentleman named Vincent Montgomery. I've been waiting for him to get into contact since October. There's nowhere to go, so I don't know.
All right, thank you. All right, Carla?
Thank you. I'd like to ask a few questions focused on effectiveness and the challenges you've identified. First, the report notes that only 45% of estimated rental units citywide are currently registered. That means more than half of rental units are still not participating. Given this, can staff share more about how effective the program has been in reaching both tenants and landlords? What strategies have been proven most successful in increasing participation? and which ones have not worked as intended. Second, the report acknowledges public confusion tied to the repeal and referendum efforts, as well as continued challenges with the TOLMI platform and ordinance interpretation. What specific implementation issues have been the most difficult to resolve, and what adjustments are being considered so that both landlords and tenants can navigate the system without relying heavily on staff assistance? Additionally, I'd like to ask about outcome tracking. The report mentions ongoing development of infrastructure to track program outcomes, inquiries, and response times. How far along is that system, and when will the public be able to see data on actual impacts? For example, registration trends, stabilization outcomes, or tenant protection delivered. Finally, community groups such as ECHO are doing important work in education and outreach. What challenges have emerged in that partnership work? And what gaps are still being seen in community understanding of rights, responsibilities, and registration requirements? Overall, the program appears to be generating significant revenue and refunding excesses fees, but the real measure of success will be whether residents, both tenants and landlords, can access a system that is clear, fair, and easy to navigate. I hope we can get more insight into the effectiveness of the program on the ground and what barriers still need to be addressed. I yield the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you. All right, Marisol?
Hi, everyone, again. So I just want to remind everyone, we're talking about rental stabilization, not rent control. But anyway, so first of all, I want to thank the staff in the rental registration department. Just because we're not seeing big numbers in like petitions and stuff does not mean they are not working or they have nothing to do. They are constantly answering calls. They're constantly out there talking to people with, they're always at the seminars or the that ECHO has. They're out there in the community helping us. This program is also vital to assisting folks who are stuck in unsafe and controlling conditions. I was one of those people, and this department helped me. It seems like, from what we're hearing, there is a problem with landlords having extra charges. I do not at all think we need to punish the landlords. Clearly we have an overage of funds. I don't know why we don't just use that to pay for whoever they need to see. I think that is something that you guys should look into. Maybe that's a part in the rental stabilization that you can adjust. We don't have to get rid of this program entirely. There can be tweaks that could help both landlords and renters. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam? Adam, you there? Adam, do we got you? All right, why don't we jump to Caesar, and then we'll come back to Adam.
Hi, Cesar, just a resident of District 3. I guess there's a lot of misunderstanding, or maybe I'm misunderstanding, but it seems that the council is bound by the ordinance to return the excess funds. I don't know why it became a public forum and why that wasn't stopped, but okay. And I guess some comments, some questions that I had pending or still had after the presentation were, for the landlords that are non-compliant, would they still owe those fees for 2025? And what would happen to those funds? I guess that was not clear after the presentation, and I'd be interested to know. I'm guessing they would have a penalty assessed since they are non-compliant, but yeah, I just would like to know more clarity. And my understanding is also that these rates are going to be adjusted for the next year, and that's what the presentation Ms. Brinton is working on to present to the council in the next month. Yeah, so I guess another comment is trying to present the information so it's more clear, but I guess, no. But I commend city staff for their job. I know they have limited time and resources to do all this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, Adam, do we got you this time?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, I apologize for the technical difficulties. Thank you, Mayor, Council, and staff. You know, obviously, while the Monterey County Association of Realtors has ultimately had some skepticism about this program's and its future impact on housing, we do appreciate when work is being done well, and I want to recognize that. You know, the fact that as the staff went over, they had originally planned for 5 staff members, but they're making do with 3. You know, and also the fact that we're discussing how to refund the excess fees that were gathered, right? That's a responsible part of managing this program. So I want to give credit where credit is due. That said, I need to also echo some of the comments that have been made that these appeals and these hearings processes really cannot be held up. It's essential that these issues be remedied. Because things like major maintenance could be in the balance, right? The decision of whether or not to continue renting, that sort of thing. This process needs to work for both tenants and landlords in order for everyone to have faith in the program. So I do urge you to please look into how to make that better. And you know, make this as functional as it can be, since this is the program we have. So again, appreciation to all the stakeholders who are trying to make this work, and I do look forward to seeing more information as we gather it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Adam. All right. With that, we will close public comment and come back to, there's no action on this item, but we'll come back for any final comments. Andrew?
Sure. I think there was some great public comments. I'd really like a follow-up to Ms. Lobo's questions. I'll be synthesizing that in an email. But before we do, maybe funding isn't the right word, but before we, for the following year, I'd really like to see a comparison between neighboring cities, our size, and the same kind of programs and what kind of staffing they have, before just bringing back one position. You know, education, I think the city, if I'm not mistaken, put out one press release when the rent stabilization referendum went out, when it was the signatures were collected. And I think after that, I don't recall any social media post about any of our processes, website updates or things like that. I mean, I'd be happy to help with that. I think that I know we heard that we're going to have 2 more district meetings. Do we have, I know Eco Housing has been a great partner. Do we have established dates for District 6 and District 1? And I know they mentioned doing a citywide education event. I'd like to get some information on that. And really, I really want to see the data on our staffing and what they're able to respond to. Because if they're only able to be reactive and not really roll out, maybe the compliance issue or making this program really successful before we decide on limiting or hiring maybe just one staff member. I want to see what the data looks like. So that's my request for the next presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Tony?
Yeah, Mr. Mendez, you've been mentioning about trusting your staff, which I believe we do. But to the comment about whether it's social media, it's communication. Do you feel we're being adequate as far as putting out information? And of course, we can always do a better job, but do you think we're adequate at this time?
I think we're trying to do a good job, and I think we did not. In bottom line, we could have done better, but I think that's what we're trying. I think the team has done a remarkable job in trying to meet with the groups and trying to get the information out. And I think one of the things we're trying to do better as is go ask what works, what doesn't work. Now that we're here, so I know the team's met with a lot of the stakeholders, so I think it's going to improve, and so that's my answer right there.
Thank you. And Ms. Brinton, I think to some of the comments of the people that we serve, they trust your work, so I appreciate that. And hopefully, however this council can assist you in making this better, I think it's important that we collaborate. Thank you. Jose?
Thank you, Mayor, and just thanking staff again for the presentation. Obviously, there's a lot of quirks to be figured out, particularly with the finances. As we move forward, look forward to seeing that presentation and having that discussion. And to address Councilmember Sandoval's question, my housing meeting for District 1 is scheduled for Q1 2026.
Maria?
Okay.
No additional comments or questions. Thank you.
Margaret?
I just want to comment that I think part of the reason why we didn't have as high a collection rate was because there was a lot of confusion in the community, whether we were starting the program, stopping the program. So I heard a lot of that from my constituents. So I think going forward, we'll have a clearer message and people will understand what their compliance needs to be, and I think we'll have more success. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Margaret. All right, very good. With that, we will now, we will proceed to a consideration item, and we are going to talk about a pilot rental assistance program. And I see Ms. Lopez there, so you're on.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and City Manager and City Attorney. My name is Keishla Lopez, and I am the Homeless Services Manager for the City of Salinas. And tonight I will be presenting an item for your consideration regarding the establishment of the Pilot Rental Assistance Program. This program was developed for two key reasons. One of them was in response to the feedback that we received during the rental registration and stabilization discussions from both the community and City Council, as well as to build on and formalize the efforts carried out last year through the Salinas Outreach and Response Team, ensuring that we continue to provide meaningful support to residents facing housing instability during the winter season. So in summary, this presentation will provide an overview of the pilot program. It is an eviction prevention initiative, and it is a cross-collaboration with the Monterey County Office of Education aimed at strengthening homelessness prevention efforts within our community. So RAP's purpose is to help households remain in stable housing, prevent displacement, and reduce the risk of homelessness by providing short-term rental assistance and wraparound services to the City of Salinas residents' risk of eviction. This pilot program is intentionally a spin-off from last year. During the months of December to March, the Salinas Outreach and Response Team provided rental and utility assistance to Monterey County residents, as well as security deposit support for those who were in imminent risk of homelessness. Through that pilot program, we learned a great deal about the needs of our community. The most significant finding was that eviction prevention, specifically rental arrears, was the primary barrier keeping families and households from entering homelessness. To illustrate that scale, the program distributed $405,000 in prevention and intervention program funds. 87% of those funds were used to pay rental arrears, missed payments of rent, keeping households stably housed. 13% were supported with deposit assistance. Despite the targeted nature of the funding, which was intended to be December to June, we fully exhausted by March 2025, demonstrating both there is a strong demand and an ongoing gap in local eviction prevention resources. So the program overview. The program or the rental assistance program is specifically for eviction prevention, and I want to make that very clear. It's not to help individuals pay their rent at a subsidized amount. It's for anybody who has received an eviction notice. And so the eviction prevention is to make sure that people do not get immediately displaced if they were to receive that eviction notice. We would be providing direct payments and assistance to the landlords to keep individuals in their housing placements. We would also be providing wraparound services through our referral network, and that includes referrals to legal aid, mediation, financial education, and support services. We've mentioned ECHO in previous conversations. They have been a great partner. We also are discussing other additional partnerships through this program. And in addition to that, we will also be coordinating with landlords to make sure that there is communication between the tenant, the landlord, and the city to make sure that the families and households do not get evicted. So communication is at the forefront of this program. Homeless prevention is the most cost-effective intervention in homeless response systems. By preventing an eviction, it's significantly less expensive than to rapidly rehouse someone after displacement. So the target population and eligibility criteria for this program, again, this criteria is reflective of evidence-based practices as well as lessons learned from our previous rental assistance program. So the target population is only City of Salinas residents facing eviction. In order to be eligible for this program, you have to be a first-time recipient of homeless prevention funding from the City of Salinas. So that means if you received assistance last year for the same purpose, we wouldn't be able to assist because we want to make this program equitable for other individuals who may need the support as well. Participants must have a valid 12-month lease and a 3-day notice to pay or quit. One of the eligibility criteria, we extended it from 80% AMI to 120 to really incorporate more of the population of the City of Salinas to benefit from this program. And no more than 3 months, tenants cannot be more than 3 months behind in rent. If they exceed that, then their needs outweigh the services and resources that we have. And they cannot be receiving subsidized support through another program. So if you're receiving Section 8 voucher, we cannot pay your portion of your rent when you're already receiving a 30% calculation for your rent. So we cannot duplicate service funding because it is state funding, or some of it is state funding. There is parameters to make sure that there is no duplication of funding. Type of assistance, like I mentioned, it's specifically for eviction prevention, and it is a one-time assistance. So if we assist somebody, say in January, they can't come back in April and say, I'm in the same situation. It's a one-time only assistance. And it is first come, first serve, which means that we will be processing applications on a rolling basis. Let me see if I wanted to mention anything else. Okay. So the application and selection process. I heard today, how do people call? Who do they call? So the very first thing somebody must do if they are interested in these services is to call the Homeless Services Information Line. Somebody from the Salinas Outreach and Response Team staffs that line. It is a message line, so people would more than likely have to leave a message because they're also out in the field in encampments. So when they come back to their desk, they respond to those calls within 24 hours. So through that call, there is initial intake screening. People will have the option on whether they want to submit the documents via email or if they want to schedule an in-person appointment with one of the outreach members to start the initial screening process. We will provide them with the application and all the requirements that are necessary. Tenants would then need to submit their application to us. City staff will verify eligibility based off of the criteria that we just provided to you. And then once we have determined that the client meets the eligibility, they provide us with their landlord information. City staff will then contact the landlord to start that communication process to encourage them to stop the eviction proceedings so that we can intervene. When a landlord, so landlords have a choice on whether they want to participate or not. So if a landlord decides that they do not want to take the City of Salinas funds to keep the person housed, they have the right to say no. But we have had experience, we have not had anybody actually say no last year. I can honestly say nobody said no. I think it's in everybody's interest to keep people housed in this community. So once landlords agree that they want to participate and receive the funds from the City of Salinas, the city will then execute an agreement with the landlord stating, you will not evict this person if you agree to take this funding within the next 30 days. Essentially, that is to make sure that landlords do not take the money and then evict someone. Once all of the documentation has been completed in application, we will send out a notification to the tenant and to the landlord saying that they have been approved, and then we will process the payment within 2 to 4 weeks. The 2 to 4 weeks turnaround is depending on internal and finance batching schedules for our City of Salinas Finance Department. Partnerships. So we cannot do this effort alone. There are hundreds of people experiencing difficulty during the next couple of months. And so we are recommending to enter into a partnership with the Monterey County Office of Education. Monterey County, or MCOE, operates a program called the Connections Program, which is intended to help school-aged children and families who are experiencing housing instability with the same rental assistance eviction prevention funds. And so what we will be doing is partnering with MCOE to refer anybody who meets their criteria so that they could process the applications through that agreement. So more than likely, we will be referring out to them to help us with capacity. We are recommending that the funding that we use for the MCOE agreement is the Family Homeless Challenge funds, and that is grant funding. We understand that metrics and data is very important to the City Council and to this community, and so we have committed that in July of 2026, when our program funds have been exhausted, that staff will present an administrative report summarizing the key performance metrics that includes number of households assisted, the total funds dispersed, the average processing times, and the impact on whether we prevented eviction and homelessness. So today's request is a motion to approve a resolution to establish the pilot rental assistance program, appropriate $250,000 of the Family Homeless Challenge grant funds for rental assistance, authorize the city manager or designee to negotiate and execute subrecipient agreements with MCOE, and to authorize the city manager to allow us to make any final revisions to the program guidelines so that we can begin this program this month. We appreciate the council's support in advancing the homeless prevention efforts. I just want to acknowledge that prevention, outreach, emergency shelter, PSH, those are all programs that cannot be done standing alone. They all need to be working together to prevent and stop homelessness. So with that being said, I'm available for any questions that you all may have. And a friendly reminder, again, this program is really developed from the lessons learned that we did last year and how we would love to do it better this time around.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, Margaret, we'll go ahead and start with you.
Just run the numbers by me again. So is it $250,000 per year that we're allocating, or that's just what's going to MCOE for their portion of it?
Yeah, so the funds that we have for this program, because it's a pilot, it's only for this fiscal year. So there are no funds beyond June 30, 2026 for MCOE or for the Salinas Outreach and Response Team. It'll be contingent on other resources available.
Okay, so
if I could just clarify, it wasn't in the presentation, but it was in the staff report.
Okay.
As you'll recall, in the adoption of the 25-26 budget, the council appropriated $500,000 for rental assistance. We've been able to match that. $500 from Family Homeless Challenge. You'll see in the motion that it was $750,000 from Family Homeless Challenge. We're going to put towards rental assistance. So that's $100,000 that the city will be dispersing for rental assistance, and then $250,000 we're going to do to MCOE for them to disperse through their families with school-age children.
Okay, thanks for the clarification.
So the total allowed available is 1.2
It's 1
million.
mil. Yeah.
Aurelio?
So I'm just curious, let's say you have a mixed status family, your child's U.S. born, and maybe someone's undocumented or in the process of becoming a U.S. citizen, and they're in need, would they be eligible?
Yeah, so the two funding sources is state funding and general fund. So state funding does have parameters. General fund does not. So to answer your question, it will not affect a person's ability to apply.
Okay. And then in terms of turnaround, I think I heard you say, was it 2 to 4 weeks from the time that
Somebody
starts the
submits
process?
a complete application.
Okay, thank you.
Jose?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Keisha, for the presentation. Let me get to some of these. For landlord coordination, you kind of already spoke to it, but if and when a landlord does reject participating in this program, does the tenant have any other options or avenues to kind of work with the tenant, or would it just be them contacting a mediating party like Echo Housing or CCA to kind of just continue that process?
Yeah, you're correct. So it would be linking them to ECHO or CRLA or any other legal support in our community to make sure that they go through that fair process. There are other community resources that assist with deposit assistance. So even if they didn't, receive these funds, it doesn't mean that we can't connect them to an agency that can help them with deposit assistance.
All right, thank you for that clarification. And then I know you mentioned that a lot of the criteria and program framework is based on best practices and lessons learned from administering similar programs in the past. That being said, amongst the eligibility criteria, the first criterion is having a valid 12-month lease, right? As we all know, leases come in many shapes and forms and all flavors under the rainbow. So given that there's folks out there with a month-to-month lease or who may not have a written lease agreement, they might just be renting out some space or a room within a housing unit. What's the best practice for not including those folks or just limiting it to someone that has a valid 12-month written contract?
Yeah. In efforts of full transparency, a 12-month lease is the state standard expectation guidelines for a rental assistance program. It doesn't mean that we can't serve somebody who's on a month-to-month lease, but the reason it's a best practice to assist somebody with a 12-month lease is because the model of this program is to prevent people from becoming homeless. So if you have a month-to-month lease, to my point is if we provide rental assistance for that month and then the landlord decides, you know what, this tenant just really is not good about paying their rent, I'm gonna go ahead and give them a 30-day notice on the next one. That defeats the purpose of what this program is trying to do, which is make sure that tenants stay in their current housing situation for a longer term. So to answer your question, it is a state guideline for the 12-month lease. It doesn't mean that we can't serve month to month. So this is a consideration, and I will defer to you all on what. I hope I answered that question.
Yes, thank you for that clarification. You did definitely answer the question. And I know in your presentation, you kind of, I don't know if it was you or Director Brinton that alluded to this, but the Family Homeless Challenge, obviously there's the division of $500,000 from general fund, $750,000 coming in from Family Homeless Challenge. But first question, were we going to apply for the Family Homeless Challenge with or without the $500,000 match or contribution that the council gave for the rental assistance program?
Great question. So the Family Homeless Challenge grant was a grant the city had received a couple years back. It was intended to purchase and acquire single-family homes and place households from the emergency shelter into those homes. So we did a budget revision with the state so that we can allocate $750 for this purpose. So they approved that.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. It was just based on the staff report and what I had heard so far, it appeared that we went out, applied for the Family Homeless Challenge grant, received it, and that was that. But thank you for that clarification. Other questions pertaining to the residency questions and, you know, what documentation might someone have to provide? And does staff off the bat know if any of that documentation at any point requires a social security number?
So for eligibility, what we require for residency is the ID or the lease. So the lease is going to tell us whether they're in the city of Salinas. So that's one form of verifying their residency. Some people's IDs will also have those addresses to demonstrate that they're City of Salinas residents. We also have online databases for case management that we can also search to see what their residency is. And social security numbers is not a requirement for the eligibility.
Awesome, thank you for that clarification. And then moving on to the Connections program operated by the Monterey County Office of Education, do we have an approximate number of families that are currently served by that program?
Unfortunately, I do not.
No? Okay, awesome.
But I can get back to you.
Yes, please, we would appreciate that follow-up. It would be helpful to understand, you know, the impact that this would have on top of or in conjunction with the rental assistance program, because they're not necessarily duplications of efforts, they're all working together, right?
Yeah, we would be working together, and I just wanted to add that MCOE no longer had funds to continue their program. So by us stepping in, we are supporting to continue their program.
Awesome, that was my follow-up question. If we don't make this contribution, the Connections program would effectively have to wind down operations at the end of this calendar year, so at the end of December, correct?
I imagine so. I would have to refer to MCOE on the specifics of their wind down if they didn't receive the funds.
Okay, and then since we're not, for the rental assistance program itself, we're not allowing a duplication of benefits, so would a family that's receiving benefits through the Connections program not be eligible then for the rental assistance program as well?
That is correct. So our program, the way that we are collaborating is they're the same funds with the same eligibility criteria. So when somebody calls a homeless services information line, we're asking screening questions to determine, is this a referral to MCOE and we do a warm handoff, or is this something that we're going to process in-house?
Okay. What's the difference in terms of services provided from the Connections program? Like if I'm a parent of a school-age child eligible based on the Connections program criteria, and I reach out, what would I be eligible for under the Connections program? Is it just rental assistance in arrears, similar to the rental assistance program? Is it housing relocation assistance? Like, what exactly does the Connections program entail?
Yeah, that's a really great question. From my understanding, the Connections program is a financial assistance program, so it doesn't have that case management tied into it. However, Monterey County Office of Education does require that the families be enrolled in their school district so that they can make sure that they're connecting them to the resource centers that MCOE has to make sure that they get those services within the school district.
Okay. And then Obviously, the Monterey County Office of Education is a county-wide organization, and I'm assuming that, it's my understanding that they were operating the program on a county-wide basis, correct?
That is correct.
All right, so just to clarify, does MCOE have the understanding that the $250,000 would be solely used for Salinas families, correct?
Yes.
All
Yes.
right, thank you for that clarification. And I think that's all of my questions. Actually, just one last question. One of the other things that's mentioned is, quote, if funding capacity or equity requirements change, the city may transition to a lottery or priority-based system. How quickly can staff bring that back to us? Obviously, between now and June, when the funds need to be expended, it will be pretty quickly, and anticipate funds being expended way before then. How quickly can staff come? Like, at what point do you guys decide, you know, it's Friday and the council meeting is on Tuesday? How quickly can staff make that pivot to a lottery-based system?
So the reason that we're not doing the lottery system as it originally intended is because we have grant funds tied to it that has an expenditure timeline for June 30th, 2026. So in order for us to ensure a effective timeliness of the spending of those funds, we changed it to first come, first serve. If all of our funds then are exhausted through the grant cycle, we could probably pivot to lottery based if that's what we see as the community need. However, we get so many calls even right now requesting this assistance that I can anticipate that things will maybe slow down in the month of March.
Thank you for that clarification. That's all my questions, Mayor.
Tony?
Ms. Lopez, the great communicator.
I'm sorry?
The great communicator, Ms. Lopez.
Oh, thank you.
Let me ask you, because this is first come, first serve, and I think this is great for whoever is able to get this help. Will you or your staff, within that 24-hour period, be able to assist people with an application, or so they could go through the process?
Yeah, that is correct. So when they call the information line, like I said, they would be given an option whether they want to meet in person or send the materials via email. The in-person is really intended to provide that technical assistance for completing the actual application itself. SORT team will even go to the extent of helping clients go into the rental portal. So it's a lot more of the case management that is offered if people intend to meet in person.
And Ms. Lopez, as soon as this starts happening, I understand by your report, there's about 111 households, more or less, that'll be able to get assistance.
That is correct. It could also be more than that. So if you have a couple of tenants who maybe only need 1 month's rent, that means that you have some funding available for someone else. So if we served everybody up to 3 months of rent, we would only be able to serve 111. But if the funds are not spent for each tenant up to that amount, we may be able to serve more.
Yeah. And at this time, are people already calling you for this type of?
Yes.
They are? How do you envision, by what you know, our community here? I mean, do you see 1,000 people calling you, or, I mean, you don't?
No, it's not 1,000, but it's sporadic from time to time, and we usually receive the months before the first of the month.
Yes.
So it's, I think, December 2nd today, and we probably received around 5 calls last week during Thanksgiving about potential eviction proceedings.
Yeah, and I think to your point, it sounds like landlords are willing to work with this.
That is correct. I think it's my assumption, this is an assumption, that it's to the benefit of the landlord to not proceed with the eviction process, because what we heard is it costs a lot of money to move people out. So I think most people want to retain them in and get them the support services. Landlords want good tenants, tenants want good landlords. If you're able to mediate that and try to address that, then I think both parties would be happy at the end.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, Andrew?
Sure. I know initially when this was discussed, I think it was at the mayor's press conference when they repealed rent stabilization. I know that there was discussions about public-private partnerships. I know that hasn't materialized at this moment. What are the plans or discussions for those future partnerships?
So I think I can help address some of that. I think we're looking at different approaches. There's the implementation of the program with Caitlin, her team, and Lisa. They're looking at working with MCOE and our partners here to provide wraparound services. And then there's how do we leverage the funding that's been set aside today and maybe in the future if that comes forward with the Community Foundation and others. There's been discussions. I've had preliminary discussions with Community Foundation and others about is there an opportunity to leverage additional funding. So I think those are the two layers. We haven't brought anything back yet because we haven't had a program stood up yet. Based on today, if we get direction to move this forward, then we will continue those discussions. I know the mayor had conversations with the Community Foundation, and I followed up with the Community Foundation. Full disclosure, I'm on the board as well, but I'm representing Salinas, so I wouldn't be making those decisions from the foundation perspective. So there is an opportunity, hopefully, to leverage some additional funding, but they need to, I think it would help the foundation and others if the city actually stands up a program too and provides funding. So we can use it as an opportunity match. So we're not just going like this, we're also contributing to an effort and asking for partners. So there's two levels here. There's that, and then there's the actual implementation and getting this money out quickly.
Great. And other than the Community Foundation, is there any other sources that you foresee coming forward, or?
Not yet. I mean, I know that we've been working with them on trying to identify other potential partners. They operate in that space a lot more than we do on a daily basis. So maybe there's other foundations and other that can help us address. So hopefully in early 2026, we'll be able to bring some additional information on that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, let's go ahead and go out to the public for any comments on the rental assistance program.
Hello, good evening, Mayor, City Council members, Attorney, and City Manager. So my name is Carrie Swenson, and I appreciate the city considering rental assistance to support families who are struggling with housing costs. It's clear that this proposal responds to an immediate need in our community. My question is about longer-term outlook. Rental assistance provides short-term relief, but families will continue to face challenges once the program ends. Recent SBAC results show that Salinas Union High School District students, only 42% of students are proficient or met or exceed standards in English and just 20% in math. These numbers highlight the barriers our young people face in preparing for higher paying jobs and long-term stability. Is there a plan for how this rental assistance effort connects to the broader strategies for housing and economic security? How will the city support residents who are close to eviction and gaining access to education and training that lead to better employment opportunities? Without those pathways, families may find themselves in the same position again once the assistance runs out. To continue this conversation, I would welcome an opportunity to meet with District 3, Councilmember Margaret D'Arrigo, and Mayor Donahue to explore the city's priorities for educational equity and community sustainability. I value the attention to this issue and simply want to understand how the city envisions sustaining support beyond the immediate program. Thank you.
First off, to the one Zoom caller, this is rent control. You know, call it whatever you want, but it's rent control. This is socialism giving money to people to help pay for the rent. Let's look at Venezuela. Look at Maduro, how well he did. Show me one country where socialism ever worked out. You know, California's become the laughing joke of the states. We're trying to do stuff that doesn't work. You're going to harm people more than anything. One point I didn't finish out about the rent is now instead of apartment at $2,000, since I can only charge $2,000 for the deposit, I have to up the rent to at least $3,000. It'd be nice, but it's only about $25,000 to help cover the damage. I haven't heard one person say anything in the support of a landlord. How about if I'm able to call up and say, hey, come look at the mess this tenant made. I'll show you pictures. Make them clean it up at least. That ain't gonna happen. Instead, you want to say, hey, you gotta change the blinds. I had a tenant today, when she moved in, she had brand new blinds. She's mad at me because I won't replace her blinds. Why would I put in new blinds when you're gonna thrash them again? Like, you gotta look at the reality of it, not apple pie. With that, I gotta go eat dinner because I turn into a grizzly bear when I'm hungry. Have a good night.
Thank you.
So, good evening, council members. So I'm very skeptical about this establishment. And she said establishment of the rental assistant program, but then she said, we can't give them anything if we already gave them something before. So if it's just being established, how could you give them something before? I feel that this rental assistance program poses a stopgap to replace the rent stabilization program, which will make an effort to cancel the idea of rent stabilization, which the entire council knows is an unpopular stance to the community at large. That's the reality. Okay.
Thank you.
Good evening. Chicago for Building Healthy Communities. Would like to, I think an ideal scenario is that these work in tandem. And that our city is really geared in and centered, putting our renters at the center of this. Again, to recognize, just how valuable the neighbors are. This week, I'm trying to figure out, how do I explain this to a third grader? How the ordinances operate, the rental registry is going to operate, what the results that we've seen in the program, and the report of the program, and the rental assistance program that was initiated just after or during the attempt to repeal the programs this past year. And trying to how would I explain this to a third grader, a child who lives in one of these apartments that is experiencing this kind of insecurity? And it's really tough. And I think I just want to invite, maybe this is just a request from the city council, see how they can demonstrate explaining this to a third grader. Ideally, we need it all, but the capacity and the sustainability of it is questionable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Waiting for it to recharge. So my concern is that there is a lot of children in Monterey County that are experiencing homelessness. And I think that what benefit all of us is to hear those numbers, because I think it'll make us all very uncomfortable when you hear the numbers of children that are experiencing that. And I think that will help with communication and understanding of these programs that are being presented. One thing I'm not hearing is a long-term solution for some of these problems. And, Judge Phillips worked and found some land, was unused land, and he built Rancho Cielo. Rancho Cielo is building tiny homes. Wouldn't it be wonderful if we could get involved in something like that, find unused land, not ag land, and look for these solutions to see, Rancho Cielo build some tiny homes for land that's not being used, because we all know there is land somewhere in some corners, and we pick up those lands and we look for solutions to these problems. So when these people come off of these programs, that they do have addressed this issue. They have someplace to go. And I have never heard anybody talk about doing that. And I think it's something that everybody could come together and benefit if it's being the common denominator of a child, and then we don't get caught up in politics or personalities and all that. Every child deserves a warm home and a safe place to be so that they can go to school for a long term to benefit their life. So I just think that maybe I'd put that out there, and we could maybe think of how to look at these programs, and so we come to the next place to move forward to. Thanks for your time.
Okay, thank you. All right, anyone else? All right, we'll go ahead and go to Zoom. Jose, you're back.
Good evening. Can you guys hear me?
We can.
Awesome. Jose Guerra, Montebello Community. First of all, I think it's a great program. In a perfect world, it would work. Not in Salinas. We have too many issues here. We have an abundance of resources through our ag departments that do not help the community. A lot of these people are farm workers that should have been taken care of years ago, decades ago, excuse me. You know, more than 50 years ago, this plan should have been put in where farm workers should have a great place to stay, like everybody else, building homes, having homes built for them. Ag has not done any of that for me, for anybody, excuse me, that's a farm worker. And a lot of these kids are trying to get out of the Salinas because there's nothing here for them. All there is ag. We don't do anything. We don't have any more programs in our schools. We don't have the regular plumbing, wood shop, engine, all the stuff we used to have when I was in high school. It's all gone. We don't even have driver's ed. People can't even drive in this town. They're horrible. I'm just saying what we need to do is the city needs to stay out of stuff like this. And if the city's going to get involved, you have a lot of actual empty hotels that you can just, they should be easy to renovate. You have all the resources there. Renovate those. Use those as the, the potential. Instead of paying somebody's rent, someone losing their home, someone gets evicted. Hey, you know what? We have these motel rooms. We can put a couple people in there, a family maybe, a family or two, next to each other. Do that. Make that work like that. You guys have the resources, but you guys don't use them. And the transparency with the city right now, nobody trusts you guys because you guys are not.
Okay, thank you. Adam?
Thank you, staff. I appreciate the thorough presentation. We witnessed sort of by force, right? It wasn't just a policy experiment. We had to deal with the COVID-19 pandemic and the threat that was, especially to our workforce and their housing stability. And there was a very bold step on the part of the state to institute a statewide rental assistance program. And we got to learn just how effective that was in stopping the bleeding, right? And doing exactly what this program aims to do, which is to prevent homelessness. So, I'm very supportive of going in this direction. Obviously, this is just a pilot program. This is just the first step, right? There's a lot more conversation to be had about how to implement this at the scale that Salinas needs. But I think it's a great first step. And I would just urge you to also take lessons from the city of Marina. The city of Monterey, excuse me, because as they experienced and as your staff already know, it's very important to have those wraparound services to make sure that someone has the financial education or the assistance with some job placement or job search skills or whatever wraparound service it is they need to reach a better place of stability so that they aren't back needing more assistance a month or 2 or 3 later, right? That's important to get people back up on their feet. And in addition to that, I urge you and check with the city of Monterey on this. To be vigilant about fraudulent applications because that's just a reality of this day and age. I was shocked at the number of fraudulent applications that the city of Monterey received, including some from out of state, right? And we advertise these things online on social media because we want people here to take advantage of this sort of service. But of course that exposes it to unscrupulous people.
Okay, thank you, Adam. Okay, we have CCA staff. So CCA, you're on. Okay, you're gone. Carla? Carla, you're on.
Thank you. Thank you. I urge the city to view this program as the beginning of a sustained investment, not a one-time pilot. The staff report notes that FHC funds expire in 2026 and that additional funding strategies will be needed. By documenting outcomes and demonstrating the impact on both housing stability and educational achievement, the city will be well positioned to leverage additional state, federal, philanthropic funds to continue and expand this work. Preventing homelessness is one of the most cost-effective public investments we can make. And when paired with educational support, it becomes a powerful engine for long-term family stability. So I urge the council to approve this program and also continue prioritizing strategies that sustain families far beyond the immediate crisis. I yield the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you, Carla. Okay, CCA, you're back.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Can you hear me?
Yep, you're good.
Good evening. So my name is Joel Hernandez Laguna. I'm the Executive Director at the Center for Community Advocacy. I wanted to speak on support of the pilot program. I mean, it is a pilot program. There's going to be a lot of learning that we'll do in this next 6 months. So I want to address a few things. One is, when we're trying to address the housing situation, this is a preventative measure, and I think the city and a lot of partnerships that are happening are really looking at building future housing. I mean, there were some approvals that you had for 2 parking lots in Old Town Salinas that will become, one of those will become housing, but also having some of these preventative programs that help families kind of get back on their feet or just overcome a situation that might be unexpected. So I think it's in the right path. I also want to encourage the continued partnerships. I see that the partnership with MCOE, the Community Foundation for Monterey County, are also key in leveraging some philanthropic and other resources. So we're in full support of the program, and if there's anything that the Center for Community Advocacy can do in terms of guiding residents that often come through our doors, we're happy to partner with the city on this. Have a great evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Marisol?
Hi again, everyone. I have a question, but I know you guys don't normally answer. So I guess I'm just wondering, is there any room for, I know you guys said this is like a one-time thing. However, if you dive deep into the people who are experiencing these things, like, yes, a lot of them, it's a one-time thing. But there are many people who are kind of chronically in this space, considering mental health issues, considering, having children with special needs. There are so many instances that could cause people to lose income, to lose any type of savings. Because realistically speaking, in this day and age, people don't have the ability to save. So I guess what is the wiggle room here? I was one of the people who was helped during the pandemic, shortly after the pandemic. My daughter Linda is in the hospital for 6 months. What happened when that happens to my kid again? Right? This was a safety net that was life-changing, honestly, because it kept us housed. So please don't forget about those people. I think there has to be some wiggle room here to support those people who may fall into homelessness at any given moment, really. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, with that, we'll go ahead and close public comment. This is an action item, so we'll come back for final comments, and I'll be looking for a motion to approve.
Move to approve.
Is there a second? All right, any final comments anyone would like to make?
Yeah,
Andrew?
I just want to thank our staff for that creative approach of partnering with MCOE, and thank you to the public comments. I do think we need to obviously find a way to make this sustainable and grow, because, I mean, $1 million is great, but obviously we don't know how far that's going to stretch. To the young lady in the front row, there was a discussion in the past about a tiny home village. I think we probably do need to revisit that as an option, as well as sanctioned encampments. But I just want to thank you. I wish it was a more robust funding. We had more robust funding, but I think it's a good start. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Andrew. Tony?
Well, I think as long as we have some good partners, we'll have some robust funding, huh, Ms. Lopez? Ms. Lopez, I appreciate your work. Thank you for this report. Looking forward to assisting families and, and to the gentleman that's a landlord that left earlier. There's a lot of things that we need to consider as well, whether we're a tenant or a landlord. But we have to continue doing, and I think we all agree that we need more housing, so I think we're going in the right direction. Thank you, and I'm looking at Mr. Riz here. He's going to be a big help for us here. So thank you.
Jose?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, staff, particularly Keisha, for the presentation. Just to kind of do some housekeeping, aside from what's in the staff report itself, I want to report out that this was part of the Mayor's Ad Hoc Housing Committee's recommendation. This is one of the things that it was tasked with, was determining the program and guidelines, what are some of those parameters, to what some of the public and some of my council colleagues have also expressed. Part of that was also exploring that public-private partnership opportunity, as the city manager has previously disclosed. Some of those private-public partnerships are more so public philanthropic partnerships, not necessarily a private one business or a few businesses per se, but seeking and leveraging those philanthropic dollars as an interesting and creative way of, financing housing solutions towards the future, particularly as it pertains to housing stability. I think one thing that Keisha mentioned that really stood out and really touches on this is that, permanent supportive housing, emergency shelters, all these different programs can't alone tackle this issue. They all have to work together. They all have to work in conjunction with one another. And while I know and I completely understand that this is not the sole solution that's going to address this issue, it is another tool in our toolkit that we have not had for the majority of this year. Again, because these types of programs tend to be solely grant funded, and the full intention of the ad hoc committee, and I think the council, is to seek that more permanent, sustainable funding, whatever that is, right? We're taking a creative approach by seeking to partner with philanthropy, but we're still open to those ideas and still open to having those conversations as we move forward. And also, again, noting that the cost of rehousing someone after they've been evicted is far higher than the cost of keeping them housed. So if and when we come down to the presentation in 2026 and we have those deliverables, if y'all are able to also kind of communicate to us, well, if we house 110 families of 4, so 440 individuals, how much would it have cost the city to go through a different process, getting them into a shelter, getting into permanent supportive housing, then getting them rehoused, right? All those costs, as opposed to investing $500,000 now to keep people housed. Thank you.
Thank you. Aurelio?
Yes, I'd like to thank staff for all their work in putting this pilot program together. If there's one thing I would suggest is definitely take a look at FEMA, their program, the Emergency Food and Shelter Program. More specifically, they have templates, right? So, right before this program launches, I think it'd be great to take a look at what's already been created. In addition to the templates that they've created, and by templates I mean that everything from the application to the landlord verification form, they have that online, very downloadable. What I like about those, it's like a one page. It's a one-pager. The thing that I worry about is the bureaucracy, and what I don't want to hear and what I don't want to see. What I don't want to hear is our residents feeling frustrated that they've come to the city and that it's a month or two already in. And the landlord also gets frustrated because they're trying to figure out what's going on with the city. I had an opportunity to manage over $1.2 million in emergency food and shelter program across 4 counties. And I can tell you, it is very challenging having a staff of 8 doing that direct service as direct service providers, and as having the finance people, right? Cross-referencing and double-checking all the work. What I can say about the FEMA program, specifically the Emergency Food and Shelter Program, they have a 10-day turnaround. And if the federal government can create a program with a 10-day turnaround, and not only do they have that requirement, it is in the final report form where they double-check to see the day that somebody came in. So if they have an eviction notice and they come in on the 6th, on that final report form, they want to make sure that by the 16th, that rental assistance has been provided. If our federal government can do that, our city staff needs to be able to do that as well. So I want to make sure I advocate for that. In terms of duplication, again, if United Way is one of our partners, I know that they use the Smart Referral software to make sure that there isn't that duplication of services. So we've got a great partner there. They've invested in the software. Their contact person, I'm sure you've been in communication with Josh Madfis. They've got that. And so just to provide some additional security and remind fellow council members, yeah, there are some systems in place because as we saw during the pandemic with the PPE funding, that there were people that were taking advantage of programs like this. And so they are able to cross-reference and make sure that maybe you don't have a spouse apply with one agency and then the other spouse apply with another agency. They do have those systems in place. And so I know it's a lot of, I've seen this program. I know the impact that this program can have on residents facing an eviction. And I feel that the philanthropic dollars will come in if they see that we have a program that meets our community needs and that we've fine-tuned this program. So good luck. I know it's a lot of work. And if I can be a resource, that would be great. And finally, again, double check that EFSP manual. They have a program manual that they update on an annual basis with their best practices. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Aurelia. Margaret?
I think my council members said most everything, but Ms. Lopez, not only was your presentation very thorough, but you did a great job of presenting it and answering questions. And you obviously did your homework. So I'm really happy that the city has a relationship already established. So we're not starting at ground zero. I think this is a great step forward. It's never going to be enough money. We're never going to be able to solve everyone's needs. But I think, like our city manager said, once we stand it up, I think then we'll have other people stepping in to provide support. But we've got to show them that we can do it first. So we've got great partners with MCOE. I trust them very much. And United Way, I thank them for making housing a real priority. So thank you again for everything, and let's just stay positive.
I'll just, I think, echo what everyone said. I think it's important to note it's a pilot program with the idea that we're, and I was on a call today with the leadership group dealing with some of the homeless challenges that are going to face the entire community because of the loss of funding. And one of the things they said about grants is if you've got to have data. And so I think this is a smart, intelligent approach with a specific outcome. This has got a ready, aim, fire component to it. So I think whether it's help with deposits or eviction, I think that's terrific. I do want to comment on the school things, and I want to pick up on something you said, Jago. This idea of something existing side by side. Even if this last year hadn't happened, there still are, whether people think it's sufficient or not, just state laws around this issue, but I think this community would have been asked to, hey, can you help address some of these issues? And, eviction. And, one of the things I heard loud and clear in this past year was homeless students. I think that was a big message in it, and it really sunk home. And one of the things, to Renee's point and Jose's point, is, so working with MCOE, we found out they were going to lose a $250,000 grant on the homeless issue. And so I certainly feel this is a good place to step in and be a bridge, but they also work with an organization, and with the Community Foundation as well, Housing for School Kids, which I think is a terrific nonprofit that I did spend some time with, and we convened at the Steinbeck House and invited some community leaders to go, hey, is this potentially an economic force multiplier? Because this is, to your point, rallying around school children, and the number is way more significant than we'd all frankly care to acknowledge. But I do think, and out of that meeting, a significant corporation, and we're going to continue those conversations, said, and I'm going to throw in 100 computers for those kids. So this idea of homeless students in particular, I think there will be ongoing interest, and I think we will have an opportunity to continue how to sustain these types of programs. To Margaret's point, we can't do everything, but if we can do some things well, I think that's a good contribution. And everybody's concerned about affordability in housing, that this is something that can come side by side with what everybody's trying to do. So with that, we've got a motion and a second. Let's go ahead and finish up and call for the question.
Councilmember Barajas? Councilmember Barrera?
Yes.
Councilmember DeRigo?
Yes.
Councilmember Salazar?
Yes.
Councilmember Sandoval?
Yes.
Mayor Donahue?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, thank you, everyone. All right. And with that, we're going to get to what everybody's been waiting for, the consent agenda. I'd take a break, but it's the consent agenda, so we'll go ahead and jump in with that. Matters listed under the consent agenda may be enacted by one motion unless the member of the council requests a separate vote for discussion. Members of the public may comment on the consent agenda items collectively during their public comment. Would any council member like a separate vote or discussion on any of the items on the consent calendar?
532.
Was that, Tony, was that you? Okay. Andrew, you as well?
And then I just want to hear from staff on the renewal software. Just a little update.
So that's 519? Okay, I'll throw in on 532 also. Okay, anyone else? Okay. All right, let me just make sure, okay. All right, anybody on the public want to comment on the consent calendar? Jose? Jose, you're on.
Hi, can you hear me? Everybody hear me?
We can.
Awesome. Jose Guerra, Montebello Community. My comment's gonna be like I always say, Mayor, you need to give us our 2 minutes per item, not collectively. That's, in my opinion, you're trying to hurry up through the process of getting the meeting done and not really letting the public engage with every item separately, with their thoughts and what they think is good or not good for the community. I believe that you should stop being that way, Mayor, and give everybody their 2 minutes per item on the consent agenda like we used to have. I know the old mayor did it. She was great. Kimberly did a great job of doing that. I don't know why you're on this different elevation on not letting people speak. Limiting, public comment to a minute and a half, to a minute, or to 30 minutes collectively with everybody there. I mean, you can't do that, Mayor. That's unconstitutional. You're not letting people.
Can I
speak
ask
their
you to
mind.
comment on the consent calendar, please? That's what the 2 minutes are for.
Well, that's my 2 minutes for wherever I want.
Well,
Mayor,
actually, it's
so-
on the consent calendar.
Well, I'm commenting on it. You don't let us
I'm
comment
waiting.
individually. So if you don't like it, too bad, Mayor. That's my
This is
2 minutes.
public comment on the consent calendar. Do you have any
Correct, and I
comments on
gave
the
you my,
consent
my
calendar?
comment. I gave you my comment. Give us back our time.
Okay, thank you.
So if you have a problem with that, Mayor, that's
All right. Let's go ahead and, sometime, okay. Let's go ahead. All right, Andrew, you wanted to have a question on 519?
Yeah, I just want to get an update from staff, what this means. I know, we're expanding the contract, so what does this mean for our residents?
So what this means, so it was, we're in our 4th year currently with Evolve, and so this is our Project Docs electronic submittal software. So this is a program by which we receive our building permit applications electronically. They are then routed electronically to staff for review. And then it talks to our existing legacy repository software, Trackit, to hold the permit information. And so at this point in time, we're asking for year 5 and 6 renewal to align with our current contract with Trackit. And we realize that this is legacy software. There's other functionality that we would like to bring on in the future, such as AI or other functions. And so we're already actively looking at other programs that and exploring other options for the future. But at this point in time, it has been very successful in allowing us to electronically receive, route, and improve efficiencies within the building permit processing.
Thank you.
Mhm.
All right, 532, Tony.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just understanding, I know we received a letter from the city attorney. One of my questions was, this parking for the apartments, is it either underground or is it going to be the first floor, or any idea?
It's quasi-underground, I believe. It's not fully subterranean, but it is like the applicants here, podium parking.
Sure, happy to answer. So the parking will be subterranean as currently drawn, and I don't think that was in the presentation last meeting. However, it is in your Exhibit F. If you look at page 6, you can see the layout of that parking garage. And I know there were some concerns over parking generally last meeting, but we want to just reiterate that we are providing at least one parking stall per living unit as part of the project in that subterranean parking garage.
Yes, thank you. And my other question, Mr. Callahan, I know I'm asking Taylor Farms for 8 inclusionary apartments, but what's your answer to that? If they choose to do that or not, depending on how their financial numbers are, what happens here?
So, Councilmember, if I understand your question correctly, it's construction of the inclusionary units on site, right? So under your inclusionary housing ordinance and the guidelines, there are options available for developers. They may choose to pay an in lieu fee instead of constructing the units on site. Developers may choose to construct them on site. It's really up to them how they want to choose based on the ordinance and the guidelines that the council has adopted and has in place.
Yeah. And with that, and you know what, I'm very supportive of this project, but I'm going to ask the developers and the owners, as we heard about affordable housing today, people need housing. I would ask at least 8 inclusionary apartments, however that looks. But after that, hopefully they'll take that into consideration. And I know it gets expensive, but being that I do work for a lot of people that are, the majority of District 2 are renters and hardworking people. They just need access to a decent place to live. So with that, Mayor, on that one, whenever we're ready, and make a motion to approve.
Sure, so, and I appreciate the commitment to build the underground parking. But without that being in our agreement, is there anything that the city has to hold them accountable to build that underground parking, or is that just a good faith commitment from them?
It's not currently an express provision of the Land Disposition and Development Agreement, council member, but we do have their commitment on record here tonight that they would do it.
Okay, and just to confirm, we have not received, or maybe Mr. Ish can answer. So is Taylor Farms committed to building the on-site 8 affordable units? Not this time, okay.
So, yeah, we couldn't hear that, so if you want to.
So we did have really substantial discussion about this, very thoughtfully between the last meeting and this one, and came to the conclusion there are just so many unknowns, the land cost being one, but really this project is not fully designed. We have some wonderful renderings and a wonderful vision that we're all really excited to move forward with, but we still need to bring on an entire team of architects, engineers, not to mention due diligence. We recognize that the downtown area has some really bad soil conditions historically based on other projects in the area, and there are a lot of variables in terms of cost associated with that. And once we get through our processes, we'll have a better idea of finances. But right now, there are just too many variables up in the air to make that firm commitment.
Thank you.
I will just throw in for my comments, Taylor Farms has a terrific track record of frankly, just for lack of a better phrase, because it's easy to use, over-investing in their projects. There is no history that suggests otherwise, and there is great sensitivity to the need of the community. We needed downtown rebuilt, and we needed a patron, and that progress, I think, has been significant and has attracted other investment to the downtown. Likewise, I think everyone has heard loud and clear, and when you employ 22,000 people, and I know they're not all here, you're pretty clear of the importance of how do you take care of and work with your workforce, and I know, and he wouldn't want it mentioned, but Taylor Farms employees are helped throughout the city. And clearly the city has benefited from Taylor Farms' commitment to this community. Like I say, he overinvests. That makes him an unusual developer. I don't think he's going to change stripes. So I'm very comfortable supporting this and believing that a real good faith effort is going to be made to make this work. But none of us would buy a house if we didn't know the cost of the land or the exact. We think the house will be this, but we're not sure about the land. But sign here. But that's not how it works. But instead, I think we can rely on a historical track record and commitment to the city on multiple fronts. So I just I certainly want to say that for the record. And again, I'm happy to support this particular motion. But with that, let me just go ahead. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda in its entirety?
Moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Tony, why don't you? Yeah. Okay.
So we currently have a motion on the floor, so I can take the vote on that specific item separately, and then we can do the whole consent agenda. I think that'll keep it cleaner. So we'll go
Tony's
ahead and
motion
take
first.
we'll take the vote on ID, oh gosh.
32.
Yeah, 532, the land disposition development item. Motion made by Councilmember Barrera, second by Mayor Donahue. Councilmember Barajas?
Yes.
Councilmember Barrera?
Yes.
Councilmember DeRigo?
Yes.
Councilmember Salazar?
Yes.
Councilmember Sandoval?
No.
Mayor Donahue? Motion passes.
Okay. All right. And then let's.
The remaining consent items, the minutes for item 443 and 532.
Move to approve?
Okay.
Second.
All right, call for the question.
Councilmember Barajas?
Yes.
Councilmember Barrera?
Yes.
Councilmember Diorigo?
Yes.
Councilmember Salazar?
Yes.
Councilmember Sandoval? Mayor Donahue?
Yep.
Motion passes.
All right, very good. All right, with that, we will proceed, before we head back into finishing up closed session, we'll hear from council member reports, appointments, and future agenda items. And Andrew, we'll start with you.
Sure, thank you. I had an opportunity to attend the Parade of Lights, got to hang out with our youth podcasters, our youth commission, our Superintendent Galvan, and trustees from the high school district, as well as our city manager. I think it was a great community event. I do want to highlight, other than the holiday greetings we received, the two things that were shouted out the most were, is Dutch Bros coming? And one of the city manager's favorite items, 6-7. I had to do it, city manager. So I just also want to just end this council meeting. As you may or may not know, I have 4 children. And so I just want to wish my twins a happy 16th birthday, Ethan and Nathan. Ethan is, his name is Ethan Andrew, by the way, is an incredible young man and an amazing euphonium player. So that's a fun fact. Euphonium, yes. And Nathan, very strong leader with awesome hands-on and problem-solving skills. So I'm proud of you both boys, and happy birthday.
Great.
And Tony?
Well, this weekend, we got some tremendous activity. The Compass Church is having their Christmas programs during the day. I want to also invite you the same weekend, 13th and 14th, Dr. Martin Luther King Academy. Christmas in Closter Park. But because Closter Park is not completed yet, it'll be at the Martin Luther King Jr. Academy. So we're looking forward to that. And also, one of the things I want to thank staff for, I want to thank Ms. Lisa Murphy, very efficient. I mean, when I'm thinking about something, she's already done it. So it's, I want to thank you for, I think you're doing a tremendous job with this homeless issue because it's very difficult. But I want to thank you for being accessible. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Jose?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to use my council member comments today to focus on an issue near and dear to my heart. So yesterday, December 1st, was World AIDS Day, which is, a day to remember, to grieve, to honor, and to recommit ourselves. So I also wanted to confront what has too often been forgotten, which is the human cost, the heartbreak, and the lives lost, many of them from the very communities that I happen to represent and belong to. So the AIDS epidemic began in the early 1980s, and the scale and devastation has been staggering. According to recent global estimates, in 2024, there were about 40.8 million people worldwide still living with HIV. And that year alone, some 630,000 people died from AIDS-related illnesses. Since the beginning of the AIDS epidemic, roughly 91.4 million people, nearly 3 times the entire population of the state of California, have become infected, and around 44.1 million lives have been lost globally. But let us bring those numbers closer to home, to communities like ours, communities defined by love, by identity, by courage, and by loss. Too often times, people think of the AIDS crisis as a distant strategy. But for many LGBTQ+ people in this country and in this county, and especially in places with thriving queer communities like the Castro in San Francisco, West Hollywood in Los Angeles, Gwenwick Village in New York City, DuPont Circle in Washington, D.C. It was real, it was intimate, and it was personal. Consider the story of the San Francisco Gay Men's Chorus, which is a community institution, a choir of brothers and chosen family, born in 1978 as one of the very first openly gay choruses in the United States. In its early decades, the chorus was struck again and again by death. Over time, some more than 300 members of the chorus died of HIV and AIDS-related illnesses. Their names are now inscribed in what the chorus calls its 5th section. You may now know a haunting image taken in 1993, and I'll be sharing it later tonight, at the chorus pose. 7 founding original members facing the camera, wearing white shirts, and behind them, more than 100 others turned away, dressed in black, with their backs to us. That image was meant to represent the lives lost. Those men in black were gone. They were victims of AIDS. As one member said, for each man standing, one chorus member has died of AIDS. Those weren't anonymous statistics. Those were siblings. Those were childhood friends, co-workers, teachers, doctors, activists, lawyers, your neighbors. People who dared to live openly, to love freely, people whose laughter once filled rooms, whose voices once filled concert halls, silenced far too soon. I think of them when I see the rainbow flag raised. I think of them when I see the trans flag raised right here. And, you know, when I think of them here, standing, definitely not alone, but sometimes on my own, because of who I am, because of what I stand for, I think of them. And I remember that their lives weren't just lost. They were stolen by fear, by ignorance, and by neglect. But that's why commemorating World AIDS Day matters, even now, especially now. Perhaps federal proclamations may be absent this year. It's the first time the United States is not recognizing or acknowledging this event, or even that it happened. Perhaps our nation is silent, but not here in the city of Salinas. Here in our city, on this dais, I choose to speak, I choose to remember, I choose to honor, because to remember them is to declare to those departed, your lives mattered, your love mattered, your contributions mattered. And tonight, I stand with you to recommit to passion, to justice, and to dignity, to ensure that no one is ever erased again because of who they love or who they are. And to those lost, may we sing for you, may your memory light the way for the living. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Jose. Aurelio?
Thank you. I just wanted to share, since our last meeting, attended our Housing and Land Use Committee meeting on Tuesday, November 25th. Also on Wednesday, November 26th, hopped over to District 5, I was going to say 6, to check out the Northridge Night Market. Let me say the food was good. Please come out and support these small business owners and entrepreneurs. The next Northridge Night Market is scheduled for December 17th and December 31st. Also on Saturday, November 29th, 2025, had the opportunity to attend the lighting of the Peace Tree. For those of you who have never been to this event, there's a lot of children's activities, including face painting, balloon animals and swords, ornament decorations, and photos with Santa. On Sunday, November 30th, 2025, I participated in the Salinas Parade of Lights. I'd like to thank the Salinas Fire Department for the ride, and I'd like to thank all of the 70 float creators. Was able to arrive about an hour early with my family. Certainly wasn't enough time to check out all of the floats, but let me just say Everett Alvarez High School. I mean, that one, you guys rocked that one. So I want to give Everett Alvarez High School kudos for that one. Also, earlier was able to attend the Hartnell College Basic Needs Open House. It's a service, an office providing basic needs services for students over at Hartnell College on their main campus. Also like to announce on December 15th, 2025 from 6 to 8 over at El Dorado Park, 1655 El Dorado Drive in Salinas, California. I'll be hosting a District 6 business owner listening session. I'd like to thank staff for putting together the flyer for that listening session. And again, some of you will probably hear this over and over again, but I'm going to go ahead and say it one more time. The Holiday Home Lighting Competition, December 7th, Sunday, is the deadline to submit nominations. December 10th, Wednesday, is when we'll have the finalists and judging routes will be announced. And December 11th will be the judging of finalists. There's a website, it's kind of I want to make sure I get this right. If anybody wants more information, is www.salinas.gov/news, capital N, / capital H, capital HL 2025. I got two more. Thank you for the timer. Candy Cane Lane. Okay, for those of you that haven't been out to Candy Cane Lane, please come by and check out Newport Court in the Creek Bridge neighborhood area. That's just north of Safeway on Constitution Boulevard. The residents there, I mean, they go all out. Come for a walk. Many of these neighbors and residents, they're handing out hot chocolate and pastries. It's a really great community event. A lot of people taking selfies. I've been out there these last couple of days, and the decorations keep coming up and up. Definitely by next week, should be able to see it from outer space with all those lights. Lastly, just want to share the County of Monterey will be having its third and final listening session on Saturday, December 6th at 10 a.m. in the Whitney Conference Room over at 1270 Natividad Road. This is regarding the proposed mental health rehabilitation center. If anybody wants to know more about it, they're certainly welcome to attend and learn more about it. And that concludes my council member reports.
Okay, thank you, Rita. Margaret?
I'll just comment on the two events that took place this past weekend in the Salinas City Center, which is in my district. I was very proud of these great events. The Parade of Lights, which you guys mentioned, I'm glad a lot of you were able to join that. I wanted to thank Esteban and Robert, who are the main committee members who really made it happen. From the outside looking in, it looked flawless. I mean, the organization, the logistics, which is not easy when you have, like you said, 70 entries that keep everybody organized and keep it moving very smoothly. So it was a great event. The streets were packed from all the way from Park Road down to 1 Main Street. So obviously our community came together and they really enjoyed that event. So I think it was one of the best I've ever been to, and I hope we can just keep making it better. And then that morning, there was a very fabulous young CSUMB student who's graduating, and she did the first event for autism. It was Lights of Autism, and she had lots of booths there on the 200 block. Lots of families, hundreds of people came out for it, and the PD was there, and balloon people, and just lots of fun stuff, and it was really wonderful. And she received one of the community grants from District 3, so I think it was money well spent, and Andrew was there to enjoy it, and we concur that it was just amazing. They are short a little bit of money, so we're going to try and figure out a way to get them the $1,000 so that they can break even on it. She's graduating this year, but I'm hopefully that the committee will carry it on next year. I think it was just a beautiful event. I was really happy to be able to be there for that. So I want to congratulate her, and I'm hoping that we can celebrate these two organizations at a future council meeting and give them the recognition that they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Margaret. Andrew, I understand you had one more.
Yeah, apologies, Mayor. I want to share that our Salinas Leadership Academy cohort is organizing a unhoused resource fair that's going to be at the Salinas Regional Soccer Complex on Constitution from 12 to 3 this upcoming Thursday. And so there's going to be a hot meal, resources, and a chance to win prizes. So I encourage everyone to attend.
Okay, thank you. All right. Just a couple things real quickly. I'll echo being in the same place as my colleagues, and then I'll just I want to acknowledge the folks who did the community meals in the community for Thanksgiving, VFW, Salvation Army, and then Dorothy's. So just a lot of folks turned out to help make all that happen. So we want to appreciate that. I know everybody wants a Dutch Brothers. I understand that. I ran into the same group of young ladies at Alvarez who asked for one at the Parade of Lights. However, until they arrive, I am pleased to note that downtown finally got Sweet Emma's.
Yes.
And what? Sweet Emma's. Yeah, and I would just tell you this, the Coconut Joy Bar, it's a problem. It's a serious problem. As are a lot of the other things. So until Dutch Brothers arrives, Sweet Emma's is now in town, and I think they came over from the peninsula. So, okay, there you go. There you go. Hey, you had your turn. And then with that, before we go back into closed session, just on a serious note, I'd like to ask a moment of silence on behalf of the Salinas City Council for Helen Rucker, who passed away since the last time we had met. I think those of us who knew her or familiar with her work, certainly the entire city, in fact, and I think this is probably a fairly true statement, the entire city of Seaside is in mourning. She was truly a great lady, and anyone who had a chance to get to know her, it's a real loss for the area. So I would just ask for a moment of silence for Helen before we head back into closed session. All right, thank you, everyone, and we will be back here next week.